Microphone's not on, and now it's absolutely blasting audio. There we go. I think it's going to be good now. Hey, everybody. We are live at Anderson Arena right now, which is also known as my basement, where we have a very special guest in the form of 2024 North American champion Mack Meller. We are about to play a best of 9 match, and guiding us through that, of course, another former champion and our Division 2 champion of this year. So many champions in one place. Josh Sokol and Evan Chester. Josh and Evan, welcome to the stream.
Hi.
Hi, glad to be here.
All right. So we're already 6:12. Thanks everybody for your patience. So we're going to go take our seats and hide all of the windows and stuff here that are showing everybody the racks and things of that nature. So off we go. If there's any technical issue, Josh is going to get a hold of us and we'll get that corrected. But for now, let's get this thing started. Best of 9. Here we go, Mac. Over to you two.
Hopefully,
let's
do this.
They can no longer hear us talking.
So...
The most important thing is to mute. I don't know if Will's gonna mute the room mic.
As of now, he hasn't muted the room mic.
But yeah, they're gonna be sitting at that table y'all see in the top left.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope we didn't just freeze.
We did.
Yeah, we did just freeze. Okay, so he did something. We might have to already message Mac. Do you guys?
Yeah, I think they minimized Zoom and we're frozen.
Okay,
That's what it
hold
is.
on. So at least everything else isn't frozen. Let me message Mac.
And we we still
I wonder
have
if
their
they can
mic.
hear us. I think they should be able to hear us. Yeah, I don't know if they can still hear us.
I don't think they can still hear us, but
yeah.
Oh, that's no good.
No. Oh no.
Hold on.
All right.
Hey, folks. Can you guys hear me?
Windows mode.
Yeah.
Something crashed, huh? Oh, did the reflector windows crash too? Oh my god. Not a good sign. All right. Let's see. It's
okay, we're back.
It's so good, literally.
As long as we deal with this like immediately, we should be totally fine.
Yeah.
But this is,
so
work in progress. The first time they're doing this. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
That was so weird. They're like about to start, and then my phone just dings. Like,
yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
2 seconds in.
We were like, okay, well, if anything happens, they'll hear a ding, ding.
Yeah.
Like,
all right. Hold on. We've been testing. I've been testing this for a long time, so it should be okay. But
yeah,
well,
I think what happened is you minimize the zoom.
Yeah, it seems. I think I need not to do that. I think you're totally right.
Yeah.
We'll just live with it, I guess.
There might need to be
another.
another.
I mean,
yeah.
I think literally just turning the monitors off should work. So okay, let's return to racks and clocks are here.
What? Why are we? Oh my gosh.
Why
would you? I'm just judging Evan right now.
What I do?
What did I do?
I'm just judging you. It's fine.
Okay. I thought this was a judgment-free live stream, but
yeah,
maybe not.
Okay.
It is.
It's not Planet Fitness. It's not a judgment-free zone.
Yeah, that's right.
I will be judging the plays from here on out.
Okay, everything appears to my eye to be back up and running.
Yeah, and when you guys left, we could still hear your microphone. That was the other thing that was...
Okay. Yeah. So that should be
fine,
fixable. Though. Can you hear?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, we can. Yes.
But that's okay.
Do we?
Like, you guys
Okay.
aren't going to be yelling, and you're not going to be close to the mic.
Right. No, it's not. It's about the same volume as us, I would think.
Oh, it's the
Oh.
Okay. Oh, okay, but we can hear you, but they can't anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, we can. It's totally fine. Oh, can you guys hear us, the commentators, right now? And okay. Okay.
Mhm.
Hopefully it works. Okay, so our mics are delayed. That's too bad.
Yeah. Yes.
That's okay.
That, I mean, we've gotten numerous comments in chat about it. It's mainly just the difference between the video and the audio.
Oh, okay. Good.
Okay.
Good. Let's just go. It's fine. It's all
Yeah.
good. Okay, Sam Moak.
His, he does know where I live, but he's not standing behind me.
All right. Well, we're good. People thought Mac was frozen because he's so still.
Oh.
Yeah, this does happen to YouTube streams. If you
Yeah,
guys
the
refresh it,
keysyncing.
it should fix it.
All right.
Great. Awesome. All right. It's funny because I think they think that we can't hear them, but we can hear them, but I don't think chat can hear them. And that's totally fine.
Okay.
So Evan, how are
Yeah.
you doing? It's one day from Lake George. Like, that's not a lot.
It's not a lot. No, I'm still feeling overall pretty good about how I did at the tournament. 9-6 is, if you told me coming into the event I would finish 9-6, I would be fairly content with that. And since I got off to a really good start, I was playing the top of the field for most of that, so a lot of those wins came against some very strong players. So I'm pretty happy with my performance. How about you? You've finally broke free of the Lake George voodoo.
Indeed, as we see that Mac will be going first, that's a huge advantage. Wow, I don't know. I don't know if Will's going to be able to recover from that one. Okay, so Mac's going first. Yeah, Lake George was a blast, but this is the real deal. This is what we've all been waiting for. The streamer or content creator YouTuber clash. Will versus Mac. This is the first of hopefully many.
Yeah.
Mac goes first with a very good 2S draw, but he's going to have to wait a little bit before bingoing here. He only has one vowel. So you like Mercs? You could also play Merc and keep the second S.
Yeah, so I think the difference is mainly, is that playing that S worth the extra points for putting the M on the double letter score? I think this is 8 more points, and I think that's around what the value of the S is generally attributed. So I think that I would overall agree with this play. When you have, the duplicate S's, it can just sometimes act as an extra consonant, and in this case it would want to make sure that you have extra chances at drawing vowels in order to bingo. So I think this is a fine choice.
Yeah, it's really defensive too. Merc would take an H hook, a Y hook, putting that E in space. I guess doesn't do much, but yeah, I like this choice, and I think Simulation likes it more. I think the second S is worth maybe 5 points. First S is around 10 or something like that.
Okay.
So it seems right on valuation, and there's no real defensive issue as well.
No, and
so Bill's going to quickly play Devon. interested to I guess he's trying to set up his S, but I feel like, don't you think if you're Will, you're thinking that Mac has another S and maybe you should play voted instead?
Potentially. I think that this might just be a traditional like equity sort of decision where the T might mesh a little bit better with the SV, but all
Okay,
right.
so we see a phony on the board
Oh my
with
God.
tile lists. This is much faster than I expected a phony to stay on the board. Actually, when talking to both of these guys, I was like, what about challenge cam? Will's like, oh, we're not going to play any phonies. But
Yeah, right? I mean,
oh, and he
oh my
lets it
God.
go.
Wow, Will did hold the play, but Max
Wow,
getting away with one here.
that's
He had
huge.
Yeah, he had unplayable tellies. I would assume he didn't have a valid bingo, or else he would have quickly played that instead. But this is an insane swing. You can already see Max sort of grinning a little bit off to the side. He knows what he's done.
Wow.
Wow.
I need to do this thing. So we're using a fun system here of flipping the board. So I'll get that board flipped once we see Max rack here. And
All
that's a
right.
great post bingo draw
That's
of the
wonderful.
blank.
The X and the
And
blank.
the
The
X is
X,
just gonna,
it's gonna go down for
yeah,
50 under Devin.
yeah. So I need to actually, hold on, put this in. This is a little bit of a learning curve. So yeah, Evan, this is huge. Like, I can't believe we saw a phony so early.
Yeah, this is an immense swing in Mac's favor. I generally don't know Mac as one to phony, and it's really bold for him to even attempt this against someone who is as similarly strong with all the words. I mean, I've played Will plenty of times at club, and he's very seldom made a word knowledge mistake. So this is quite rare, but this is the content we're here for.
I mean, yeah, the gall. I'm sure that Mac did not think this was valid.
No, I'm sure
The
he
thing
didn't.
is, I don't know. It's hard to say. We'll have to listen to them
Yeah, for sure.
talk about this game afterwards. But this is hard to recover from psychologically as we see G's come down. Will
Yeah,
deciding not to score too many points. He could have played Zetas for 58 with Devons, but that opens a huge spot with the Z. Vegas also fit in that spot.
yeah.
But maintaining that S and trying to bingo. I mean, STV isn't great, but I think
Yeah.
pretty good
Also
choice.
notable that he could have played Gazer into the R and Mercs, but he opted instead to keep the Val at a slight point sacrifice, which I think also makes sense.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
we see
XU
that
coming down.
Executor was an available bingo for Mac through the T and
Oh,
tile
wow.
list, but XU for 52 keeping the blank is probably worth it. I say probably because he already has such a big lead, and blocking that T, blocking some space up there, and not forcing certain situations where he draws like two vowels and can't bingo. But it's
Or
probably worth playing
O'Day,
XU long term.
but yeah, no, I think it's definitely a merit to both. But XU also does cut off the right side of the board at a lead, so it's another different form of board control in XU.
Yeah.
So Will's going to get some
So
points on the board out of this constant heavy rack. Another one with the Shag. I think this is
yeah,
another
this
fine move. It sets up his S as well. So Will doing what he can to create a new bingo line for himself at this deficit.
I'm so like, can't believe this happened so fast. But yeah, we'll start off with two Vs. He's been having to keep this V, I mean, almost necessarily for the last few moves.
Yeah,
Devon got rid of the first one, but the V, we know it's a really bad tile. Will did draw that second blank, but he's probably going to have to still wait a few turns or one or two turns before being able to bingo with his bingo deficit. So, I mean, this game's looking so good for Mac right now, but a lot of game to be played still.
yeah, still a lot of game left. As we can see, Mac passed up his bingo last turn, has not drawn a combination that has given him one this turn, I believe. I mean, you have the analyzer up, not myself, but I feel like he would have seen a bingo had it been there. So he's going to have to find some other option to get rid of the J. There's not really a great hotspot on this board, but what does he have available in this position?
Yeah, there's nothing good. If you want, Evan, I can send you the link to the Quackle that I'm using.
Yeah, yeah. Sounds good.
We didn't talk about that as we were starting and dealing with these technical issues, but let's see here. Here, I sent that into the Zoom chat for you, but Mac has absolutely nothing to do. Joel is the highest play on equity. It
Yeah.
blocks a few spots, but he can afford to do that with his blank, and just getting rid of the problematic tiles, the extra O, the extra E, looks like the right choice for him. But yeah, crazy. There's really nothing to do there. He could have burned his blank if he wanted to with Jeers and Devons, but that's certainly not appropriate.
Yeah. No, I think this is a decent call to make. It also blocks the available vowels partially, the vowels voting in tireless, which, after Will shows consonants overall, then blocking the vowels has some merit. We're going to see him just fish off the V with Vox. What do you feel about that, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of potential draws to shags, potential draws through the T and tileless, maybe even through the E and tileless. Tolerate's going to come down very quickly for Mac. It's his
Yeah.
only bingo hitting the triple, but Will's going to come back, I think, with Swifted. I think
That's not a word.
Oh, is that
No.
Collins?
Is it Collins? I wouldn't know.
Swifted is Swifter, Swifty. There's a Swifty that's a word in Collins. FTY is good in Collins, and
Okay.
yeah, this is a Collins word, Swifted. So
Yeah, we'll see
yeah.
if Will's up to this word knowledge test. I know that in general he does not suffer from a lot of Collins confusion. So I don't expect him to play Swifted, and if it does, I don't expect Mac to let that stand.
Yeah, but I mean, things are so dire here, Evan. Like he's down 143.
Yeah.
This is very unfortunate. I mean, he can get 40 right now if he just
Just
is
left.
patient. He can just play Wefts and Devons.
Yeah.
Does a good job at opening some part of the board, top right part of the board.
Yeah.
But man, he really wants Swifted to be a word here.
Yeah, you really want the bingo here, but I think he's gonna have the discipline needed to play Wefts. Or he's gonna play fewest.
Yeah,
Same
that's a
tiles.
reasonable choice
Yeah.
too. But yeah, you're right. It's the same
It's-
tiles. It restricts rather than opens. So it doesn't open a triple, so it doesn't let Mac just continue scoring so easily. But I think this is probably not the right choice for Will.
Yeah, I think this is a slight miss. I think just the extra open space is very crucial to his bingo chances. Even if Mac plays to one of the triples from the W that would be in that line, he's still getting a line for bingos no matter what, whether it be a sevens lane, should Mac play to the W, or some eights lanes, should Mac play from the W.
Yeah, now Mac has an interesting choice. He's up by over 100 points. He doesn't really have a great way to score slash block with the letters he has, but his letters aren't terrible. He has the option himself of playing with Devons, but like, would you really do that and open a triple triple at this stage of the game? Or is he going to go a little bit more defensive? I'm thinking maybe he could play Soba and Zaz and go, or just Soba. I'm not really sure
Yeah.
what I would do if I was Mac here. Uh, the options such as Taboo from the T and Tolerate are ridiculously wide open. And I'm just not really seeing a great option that blocks anything and keeps well with
Yeah.
SO and TA. I think I'm liking Soba here, just scoring
Yes.
some points and not opening anything huge.
Yeah, Soba's a decent option. I'm doing a bit of looking. I guess you could maybe argue to instead play something like bot on the B column, overlapping tolerate. That does not keep a good leave at all. but what it does do is play some defense while, it just blocks a few lanes. Score is okay. But yeah, there is the consideration of the leave, and it also does retain your S while Soba doesn't. The S staying on your rack does prevent Will from setting anything up in the future, but you saw him play off his S here, so maybe that risk isn't necessarily there.
I look at Mac's face. He's like, "Is this what you're supposed to do here?" Whenever there's like a weird position where the moves that he's seeing are really good, he just reacts to them because it's just not like a traditional line. I love his
Yeah.
face. He's like, am I playing Soba here?" He's seen so many videos of Max where he's like, "Was this what I'm doing?" I love the reactions there, but that's what he's looking at, and it's a very strong play. I think the main advantage is that it prevents Will from starting a big O in S with Shags and not really opening anything tremendous for Mac
Yeah.
in response, and it blocks that triple. Will could just have
Yeah.
a really strong play. He just played 5 tiles. He could just have a big play down there, and so
Although
it's got a
it
lot of
is,
defensive merit.
yeah, though it is worth mentioning that Max S is the final S. So there is no S left, only the blank to hook a bingo with Shags. So maybe it's not the biggest threat, but yeah, Soba is still a perfectly fine scoring play.
Yeah, that's a good point. The last S, so maybe that was also part of the thought. The last S traditionally has the most value of any of the S's. You can use it turn after turn. You can set yourself up. But with the blank out, yeah, maybe it's worth just getting rid of it, parting with it, and anything you would do to set up your S can be countered with the blank. So
Hmm.
yeah, I think taking the 13 extra points is probably right here, especially given how far ahead Mac is. And look at those clock times, 8:20 each.
Yeah.
Um, just so I was like, where did their time go? And I was like, oh yeah, 15-minute clocks.
Yeah, right. So we're gonna have to do a little bit of speed commentary as well in order to keep up, since these players are gonna want to make quicker decisions overall. So does Will have any bingos on this rack?
Just nothing available.
Oh man.
He's taken, I mean, hasn't taken that long to decide that there aren't any, like through the A and Soba from the E and Tolerate. Like, that's very impressive speed. He's playing Day, which is probably his best play. It's the only play that scores close to 30 here.
Yeah.
Keeping PIT blank. I mean, it's not what you want to do, but pretty much what you have to do, I think.
Yeah, and in a sense, that S hook at the end of Soba is now replaced with the S hook at the end of Day, and arguably it's a little bit more protected now. An overlap that could potentially block it is going to be a lot harder to come by. So maybe there's a little bit of merit to protecting that one specific line.
Yeah, I agree. It's slightly better position now after Day, but yeah, Mac's gonna quickly just play Daw. I could also play Wad in the same spot, but I'm sure EW is more defensive than ED in the bottom row
Oh,
there. Like
for
at
sure.
this point, he's worried about not a lot of stuff, but like just preventing like nines from existing is a good adjustment. So Daw coming down. This is great for Mac. He's up by 130, and
Yeah.
Will still bingoless with a nice rack here.
Yeah, so making the blank and S won't help. That rack is just, I believe, puniest is. Don't know if there's anything else, but punties as well. Yeah, but no home for either of those. He's gonna have to improvise, and I think
I
what
think he's
I
just gonna play
maybe,
Pud, right?
yeah, Pud seems very strong. Set up another spot for you to use the blank as an S. EINT blank seems like it'll hit a very large amount of the time. So I think this is a strong opening.
So yeah, now with the final S gone, the S hook for Spud is Wills and Wills alone. EINT blank is as strong a leave as he could manage here. So we'll see if he draws. He could draw some stuff like nutrients from the NU. He could draw a bunch of nines. In this case, he's drawn B and an
Ambient,
M.
bitumen. Don't think those are have a home on this board.
Yeah. Oh man, this is not looking good. After each consecutive draw of Will maybe not drawing into the bingo he needs, his chances of winning are just going down the drain.
Yeah, he needs to connect fast if he wants to have a chance at this.
So he's playing 4 immediately just to block. Keeps 2 T's and 2 A's. But this is a great way to just eliminate the top left entirely from the conversation.
Yeah, I think at this point for Mac, prioritize defense. One bingo isn't really going to be enough for Will. So he's going to need a bingo and then some. So if you take out that quadrant again, FS going to be very hard to fit in a word. So I think that's a very strong option. You don't need to be focusing on equity if you're Mac. So the duplicates do not really matter much.
Yeah. The one issue, I guess, with racks such as AATT, leaves such as AATT, is you want to be able to score and continue scoring. What Mac has done with the play of 4 is he set up a spot for TAT at the very least with top and a rum, that A hook on rum. But what's great about this play is that placement of the F, it just makes it impossible for Will to reopen the board over there. The F just gets in the way of everything. So yeah, some F's in chat if you're Will fans, but this is looking really, really bad for him. He's gonna probably
Yeah.
just play Mib and May, or
I mean,
Mib
I don't
and
really
Bop.
like that because,
Yeah, that's better.
yeah, this is
2-point
better.
sacrifice.
If Will were to play Mib and May, then a word through the B that ends directly under day would completely cut off the last bingo lanes on this board. So I think it's a good idea for him to not allow for that sort of play from Mac. He's gonna have to come up with some other way to potentially block the days hook.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, look at that
Is
double
that
U draw for Will.
IUU? That is about bottom of the barrel for bingo draws when you're trying to hit one.
Yeah, this is probably over at this point. I mean, there's 35 unseen tiles.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, look at from Mac's perspective, how many eyes are left? All
Oh
7
my
out of
God.
9 eyes. He doesn't have a
Yeah.
single one. So I think if you're Mac, you want to pivot from the traditional strategy of tile turnover potentially in this spot and just try not to draw like 4 eyes on a 4 tile draw.
Yeah.
So I'm
Is there
thinking
really
maybe just
anything?
oat to the S next to the ST here.
Yeah, that seems fine. It's one of the only ways he can get some points on the board. I don't really think there's a strong overlap next to Daw, using the O for a do. If there was something good there, I'd say play there instead, but doesn't seem like that's really available.
I guess. Oh, he's looking at totem just to take points. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I looked up there a bit, didn't spot totem, but yeah, this is also very sensible to just get some extra points on the table. If he draws a scoring tile, he can probably respond pretty well to Will's bingo, wherever that goes. But we know that that bingo is not coming. Is he just supposed to play like 2-2 from one of those T's in totem? That feels so sad.
Yeah, that's that's what it seems to be
Oh
in
man.
this spot. I mean, you might even want to just exchange and like give yourself more time. But I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
this is fine. 2-2 for 8. Mac has not drawn an eye, and so crucially, Will's keeping an eye on his rack.
Yeah. But what Mac
Um,
has drawn is the P, so he's just going to be able to plunk Ope down in the bottom left, score high 20s, just keep coasting in this game, open nothing, saving the 3 A's, but again, when you're in this position that Mac's in, equity doesn't matter that much per se.
Yeah, in positions like this, you definitely do want to start playing more tiles, but that those those 7 eyes unseen to him are just
Yeah.
screaming to not be drawn. So I think yeah, Ope is pretty good in the bottom left. It's actually there's a debate among top players whether playing more tiles near the end of the game actually slows or actually accelerates the end of the game. Um, I personally think maybe not. The one problem with turning over tiles is it doesn't let you play balanced moves every turn because you're drawing a lot more random tiles. So it could be that playing a lot of tiles now will prevent you from playing a lot of tiles later. All right,
Yeah.
over to Will. 366 for Mac, 200 for Will. There is a bingo available for him, and he's going to play it. This is amazing.
Oh, wow. Nucleinic?
And Mac will know if this is a word.
Mm-hmm.
Mac knows his nines extremely well. So he's playing it. And Mac's
Oh,
holding.
this is going to be held. I think he's going to recognize it, but he's going to count how many tiles are in the bag first.
Yeah, this is very funny. I mean, if he challenges, I feel like that's the only way you could reasonably lose in this
Yeah.
position.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard for Will to make up this amount of points if Mac just plays through. Even if he just takes a high scoring play that opens like lay-in, that's what I see just from the L to the triple. Like that's still going to be enough to outrun a bingo more often than not, as long as he doesn't draw like four eyes on his four tile pull.
Yeah, I mean, if I were Mac with exactly 18 unseen tiles, he's
Oh,
challenged.
challenging!
Oh
Wow,
my gosh.
that's wild to see a phony not challenge and a valid nine challenge. This is not what I was expecting. Judging by this body manner, I don't know if Will was sure either, but that's amazing. How
I'm
some
a little bit confused by this reaction. I mean, it's great content. I'll give you
Yeah.
that, Evan. But like, this is a very sensible word. I mean, it's an amazing find. But I
Yeah.
wouldn't be so surprised that this is like it's. I don't know. It's hilarious. Oh my
This
gosh.
is funny. But no, this is
Okay,
the content we're here for.
let's see. Okay. Oh, the
Oh,
Q.
the Q play, it does play for 31 at the bare
Yeah,
minimum, but
it
it's
does. But
still a massive slowdown.
oh, yeah. Let me see. Um, there we go. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I feel like there's no use left. There's no use for the Q. I think you just have to drop it and just hope for something crazy to happen. I mean, it'll get Will within 60. I don't know. I still don't see it, Evan.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
Anyways, that's hilarious. This has been a first game for the ages.
Yeah, no, this has been exactly the content that we were looking for.
Oh, I was
I don't
gonna
know.
say
I'm very
I might
interested.
request a t-shirt change from
Yeah,
Lindsay to Will
right.
because it's your shirts are so similar.
I
It's
know.
so
Yeah, we've
funny.
got the red t-shirt with the just the logo in the middle. I didn't realize that we didn't talk dress code before the stream. So if I need to change during the intermission, that's fine. I can do that.
Oh man, somebody is mentioning the winner of a simulation, which was Kin
Oh man.
right here,
Oh
setting up
wow.
QI, but
Oh,
I'm
that
pretty
feels
sure
like
that never works.
that never works. Mac just plays through the N and just takes out that setup, but yeah, it's definitely a computer artifact sim result.
And now Max considering playing Leon, and he realizes that it leaves exactly 7 in the bag, which may or may not be a good thing. I think in this particular instance, it is a good thing because even if Will draws into a second bingo after bingoing, which is what Max worried about, leaving 7 in the bag, I'm pretty sure he can almost always just block the spot for it. But you
Yeah,
got to be a little bit careful. Um, and yeah, he's playing lay-in. I'm pretty sure this should work almost
this should always
100%.
win. Yeah, even if Will gets a bingo down, Mac's gonna have tempo in the end game on a 7v7 end game. That's that's another thing with leaving seven tiles in the bag is that Mac will have end game tempo if Will bingos. It's probably pretty unlikely that Will's gonna be able to pull into two bingos in a row. So, and even then, there's no way that a bingo is going to fit in two spots. That would probably be something to the Y and then something through the end thread. And that can be blocked easily. So, I think the timing
Yeah,
of this
what's
move is good.
interesting, like about this board shape is that the only way that like an eight is going to the same eight is going to play in two spots, it feels like has to be a bingo from the Y in lay-in or from the I or to the I, setting up an N,
Yeah.
and then you'll be able to. I guess no, it would have to be from the Y or the I, setting up an N to end in, and then
Hmm.
it would play in both spots with the N, which just seems insane
Yeah,
and
that
so
seems
unlikely to ever
insane.
happen. And Max ahead enough where I think he can just outrun everything after play like this. Unfortunately, he's not just going to outrun; he's going to outrun and then some with Gardenia.
Yep.
So yeah, this is lights out.
This is,
Crazy first
yeah,
game.
very, very entertaining first game. Lots of unexpected swings.
And
And I
there are
think
the
this,
eyes.
yep, there they are. I think this is going
All
to be a
right.
fairly academic endgame, but
Oh man, Evan, what is going on? What happened? Tileless, Mac challenging a 9.
yeah,
I don't even know what to say about this.
it's crazy start. And if you're not entertained in the chat, I have no idea what your standards are.
Yeah, I mean, these are the best players in North America, but even the best players in North America will make some sorts of mistakes. I see someone in the chat saying they feel stupid. You're watching the highest caliber of play pretty much
Hmm.
imaginable. So yeah, we are all in awe of how good both of these guys are at Scrabble.
Yeah, I don't think these players need introductions as far as how talented they are at Scrabble. Both have won the North American Championship at some point in their Scrabble careers, and they have just some of the best skills that you'll find out on the circuit.
Yeah, man, but it was such an immediate just like situation of tileless. I've played so many series against like top players where like so early on there's just a questionable word, and whether the word is valid or not, whether you challenge or not, it just rides so hard into the rest of the series. Like if
Mhm.
you're wrong, you just are sad for the whole time. If you're
Yeah.
right, then you have that confidence. So Will is going to play Lane, Lain.
Oh, nope,
Um,
he's playing Lair. I don't know if
okay,
either
Lair.
option would save an outplay, but ends are in general a little bit more flexible with eyes, so it makes sense.
Yeah, and I mean Mac doesn't have an outplay either, so yeah, it would have been good to go out in two, but look at the times. Like there's no
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, I don't know if Will had a real way to even go out into. I guess maybe playing Leary through the art, Gardenia might save. It saves like Train up top and Cairn from this bottom C in Nucleic, but he's low on time.
Yeah, so hidden coming down. This seems right.
Yep.
Um, Will's gonna go overtime.
Ah,
Sad.
so sad.
I went overtime in one of my games in Lake George because my opponent didn't wait after my play to like write the score down, which you don't have to do when the bag is empty. But I didn't
Okay.
expect it. And I was just not
Yeah.
ready for my follow up play. I was like, I can't believe I did
Ah,
this.
no, that's so sad.
So IN is going to play somewhere. Best spot is to the oh yeah, he's just going to play there. Fair enough. For 6, he could have gotten 9, but it's like you said, all academic.
Yep.
Mac is going to go out with Ewer, his best score, and final score 495 to 353. I would say let's listen to the overhead mic, but we don't have a producer on site
No.
to that end.
Yeah.
But Mac's going to check Tylus. He said, you guys can't hear, but that's what he said, and he's checking it. He's like, it's no good. They should come talk to us.
Yep. It looks like Will's getting up to do that.
Wow.
Hello. Wild game.
You hearing us? Are you hearing us double?
Man,
We're
Uh,
not hearing you doubled. Nope.
is the audience, though. Hopefully not.
They shouldn't be, no.
Okay. So we have an issue where you guys are like, when you open your mouths, the sound is delayed on the stream.
No, that was
I
just a
think it's
YouTube
fine.
thing. I think it's fine
Yeah.
as long as people were
Oh, okay.
refreshing the tab and it was fine.
Okay, where people were okay with it.
Yeah.
Thanks everybody for bearing with us. No tile list. Oh no, it's so plausible.
Is it because you were both maybe thinking of tile-like?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was positive of
Yeah.
tile-like, and I honestly couldn't remember for sure with that. I had no other playable bingos that I was aware of, and my other options were pretty bad. So I figured, I don't know, I would just go for it.
I mean, 2 surprises, guys. An unchallenged phony 8 and a challenged valid 9 by Mack.
Yeah.
that is a crazy find by Will there, and it's so low prob that I've probably seen it once in my life, I guess, if I've seen it, and
It was very ambitious.
yeah, but I mean it's a great play, and I also still figured even if I lose a turn there, I'm in great shape. But
Yeah.
that was pretty wild.
Very ambitious
Question
play
for
for me.
you, Mac. What's your opinion on Swifted?
Swifted, I do not like.
It's Collins.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
it's Collins, and Will
Yeah.
successfully convinced himself not to play it.
Yeah, Swifted is Collins.
on
I
the
know that.
previous term.
Yep.
Wow. I knew that Swifty with the Y was Collins, but Swifted I might have.
Yeah.
Swifter,
Swifty.
Swifter takes an S too.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All these friggin' Swifts. Ridiculous.
But yeah, that was awesome. Nucleonic was fantastic.
Did I think I was bluffing? The question is, did I think I was bluffing? I definitely... It was an aspirational play, and I was very happy to see the green check, not expecting it whatsoever, to be perfectly honest. To be perfectly honest. Yes. So, yeah. All right.
Question before you guys resume.
Yeah.
So, which one of you or Evan is going to change their shirt?
Right.
Oh, is there a problem?
We've been getting comments
You
about
guys
how
look too
I'm
similar.
a doppelganger. And
There is a resemblance, for
there is,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah. So this is
if
my
you'd like me
DC
to-
Scrabble shirt, of course. My
Yeah.
school Scrabble shirt. I
So-
didn't know what Evan was wearing, and I saw Mac
Yeah.
with the blue, so I figured I would go red.
I'll go grab a different shirt once we if we take a short intermission for that.
Yeah, it's all
Am
it's
I-
all good. It's
Am I
all good.
echoing? Heidi
All
says
right.
I'm echoing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Probably Heidi has like 2 instances of this open or something.
I see a question in the chat about Executor. I intentionally passed it up just because XU was only about 20 less in it. Yeah, I had EEOR blank Will when I played XU, so I had Executor through the T for like 71, but very conscious decision to pass it up, which I think has to be right.
Yeah,
I think
seems good.
after letting the phony go, Will, the only thing I would have maybe done differently is played Wefts and Devons.
I thought about
instead
that.
of Boost.
Yeah. I thought about it with Shag, not Devons. Oops, just didn't think about that. Yeah, definitely better.
What about
Opens up better.
Soba? I had no idea what to do there. It felt weird to spend the case.
Similar.
Soba's fine, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I would have done. It won the sim. Like maybe you play Oba because you have the last S. But
Yeah, it's still a blank out. Yeah, it felt weird to part with the case S, but it was just I had AOT with that.
Yeah, Soba was a good play.
Cool. All right. Should we get back to it?
Beast.
good
Do
content
you mind if I
as
just change real quick?
That's fine. Yeah, it's all good.
Is that TOS?
Well, yeah.
Is that TOS?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get in trouble, but that's okay. All right, let's give Mac his star. We have
I'll
that.
disable my camera on Zoom for a bit, and then I'll.
Sounds good. That works. That works. Okay, here we go.
Sometimes I echo. Huh. Why would I be echoing? Doesn't make any sense. Huh. Do I echo during the game? It might just be the feedback from them, from their end.
All right, this should be a better shirt choice, right?
Yeah, it's probably It's probably because well, now you look just like Mac. What the heck? Are you trolling?
Yes,
Oh my
yes.
gosh.
Yeah. I'll keep this on and see how Will and Mac react, and then I might pick a third shirt after this game.
Jesus. Okay. Sounds good. All right, I'm gonna reset the scores here.
All right. I
Oh
couldn't get
wait, before I do that,
the link to the Quackle to work, by the way.
oh
If you
really?
wanna just guide me through that.
Hold on. I gotta do a couple things before we start. Let me see. I gotta save thing. Okay, game 1. Good. New game. So Will's going first this time. So you're saying the link didn't work. Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, just change the push to view. Change
Hold
push
on.
to view in the URL and you'll be able to see it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's my bad.
All good.
All right. And Will remembered to put the star there. So we see the match is currently at 1-0 in Mack Meller's favor. Mack with the first turn advantage last game, and psychological advantage potentially now after tileless. But yeah, we'll see if Will's able to recover. So BS, first letters that we see. B-E-S-T,
Oh, blank S.
T. All right.
Okay.
We're going to
He's got,
see an opening bingo.
yep, betters at the very least. I don't know if there's anything better, but
Good one.
right, right. We'll see if he'll find the best display, which is what he has set up.
Yeah, he's probably trolling. That's
Yeah, for sure. So what is the bestest option here, in your opinion,
the
Jack?
betters is the only bingo here.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure best is bestest Collins.
I am not sure, but oh, okay. Getting word from Muffin with Tentacle that it is Collins. But yeah, Will should be able to correctly identify that. Looks like he has.
All right, we're assuming the blank is an R. Great start for Will, though.
Oh yeah, this is wonderful bounce back. Think you're gonna see reduxes from Mac into the X? There's not
into
a good
the S,
hotspot for it.
that's pretty good. I'm thinking now there's an A hook on the board. We should be conscious of a better.
Oh, true. Mac could also play if he wants to save the ED instead of the O, he could play the controversial ruse.
Oh my
into
god,
the S.
he can play ruses.
He could play ruses. I think that might be a little bit
goodness.
better than redux for the leave. I think ED is probably stronger than an O. Although you are sacking 3 points, but it doesn't, or 4 points, sorry. It's going for
I can't believe
tuxedo.
he's not doing it. I mean, this is a better play.
Sad.
This is a better play.
This is probably better.
I can't believe
He had
this is like the closest we've ever been to seeing ruses on the board.
Yeah, it seldom comes up. Do you know what Will's 7th tile is?
No,
the rack cam is. I think.
Yeah, I think I'll text Mac.
Yeah.
Will rack cam.
I would think it's probably an A. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Will says it might be my rack. Just wait. Put your tiles down, Mac.
No.
So, man, I'm sorry. I feel bad. I should have said put your tiles down.
It's
Well,
okay.
this is fine. That's what happened.
Okay.
So yeah, ACLMMSU as well as post bingo rack. Yeah, I mean, what? This is an interesting spot. I guess you just play columns and tuxedos.
Yeah, I think looks pretty strong. You don't want to play Umas because that takes that takes a front S hook, right? For Summa?
Summa is a word. Does it take an S?
I think
Not
it does.
100%.
But yeah.
I mean,
Let
it's
me
still far less defensive because
yeah.
yeah.
No, someone takes an E and an S. So yeah, Uma's far less defensive in the sense that it gives back the triple and sets up an S hook on the triple row that you are no longer retaining. So yeah, I like columns here.
So Summa takes an E and an S.
Yes.
Yeah, I knew it took the E.
Okay.
Anyways, yeah, Will's got a good opportunity here to just clamp down on things. I guess the board is still pretty wide open after calms, but this blocks something, scores well, keeps a scoring tile.
And it
I
retains
guess
your
you,
A for the better's hook.
yeah, but maybe you still. I wonder if you still want to play like MAM,
Hmm.
overlapping the EDO because that E is really dangerous in that position.
Yeah, it is.
But I think that would be a mistake. I think you have to play columns and just keep something a little bit more balanced.
Yeah, Mam is 10 less points and it does retain the U, which is probably the worst tile on this rack. So I think Colmes is probably worth it here.
Yeah, well, taking a while. I mean, it's taken 2 minutes on this turn. You really don't want to take 2 minutes in
Yeah, 2
15
minutes
minutes
is a
per
lot
side,
on a turn in this time control.
but it's kind of tantalizingly close to bingos. Um, is he thinking of mesclum? I hope not.
Maybe is that even Collins?
All right, so he's going for Mam.
Okay.
I mean, this makes sense. The Ian Betters is going to really improve your chances of bingoing next turn. But he's actually going to. Ooh, this is very interesting.
Oh.
I was thinking of
Oh.
this play, but this takes both Ys. It takes two S's that are unseen to Will, but it is a nice aggressive choice. If Mac doesn't have a big play there, Will's going to be able to score even nicer, probably hooking it himself. But this might be Evan an over adjustment because Will does unfortunately know what Mac's tiles are.
Yeah.
But
I
it's not going
don't
to matter.
yeah, it's not gonna matter. He knows he's not setting up anything too egregious, but yeah, Mac does have a bingo through the S of heresies. Or sorry,
Can you
heresies.
say that
Right.
again? So
It
you're
took a
wearing
minute.
blue and you're pronouncing words like Mac. All right, I
Right,
see
right.
what's
I
going on.
think I'm doing my best Mac impression now. But yes, he has heresies through the S in betters. It's his only bingo. It just comes down to where do you want to play it? And I think you probably don't want to string the H in the triple lane. That just gives back way too easy scores. The H is a pretty strong tile, even independent of the fact that it scores a lot. So I think this is the correct placement of heresies.
Probably, but it's interesting because the play of Malm sort of signals an S, so maybe you want to blow it open, create a new
Yeah,
scoring spot. But no, I think this is
yeah,
probably correct, but it's worth
yeah.
thinking about for a bit.
Malm could also be the result of consonants. Like if the A was Will's only vowel, then I would play off the extra consonant, even though it sets up the S. But it's maybe an S is more likely than not, but I wouldn't say a guarantee.
Definitely not
Then
a
again,
guarantee.
you're
Could
better
also
at
be a
making
blank.
inverses than me.
Could also be a blank. I think the play of Mam and then switching it to Malm like on the board
Oh,
I'm not sure, but yeah.
true.
Juco's coming down immediately for 54. This looks like the correct play.
Yeah, this is very right.
Unfortunately, does keep that V that was plaguing Will
Mm-hmm.
last game, but gotta do what you gotta do. 54 points.
54 is a lot of points. Will would do anything for 54 points.
Oh yeah.
And I think we're very gonna quickly see caught hooking a betters from Mac. I guess maybe you could play it next to Heresies, but what do you think is the better spot to play caught? It actually is kind of
I'm
close.
getting called out in the chat, Evan. I think I pronounced something. Think I pronounced Gardenia.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
whoopsies.
But it's like is it a maybe it's a gardenia, like because
Maybe
it grows in a
Gart.
garden.
Yeah.
But good to answer your question. I mean, it is one more point to play to the right of the HE, but it's probably really dangerous with all those eyes out. So I like this choice by Mac. It does block
Yeah.
a lane of his, but I think that's totally fine.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine. He's just based on the fact that he's leaving GLRT. He might be a turn away from a bingo anyways, so taking out this hook might be more beneficial to cutting Will's average. But we're gonna see Will double double with Ravend pretty fast. I think
Good
this.
one.
Thanks. Yeah. But yeah, very straightforward turn. I believe this is about as well as Will can do here.
Yeah, we'll see if Mac's able to draw any vowels here. And he does, and he
Oh,
draws. Wow, he draws the blank. That's very good. So he's down
yeah.
a bingo, but he's drawn that final blank. He knows Will can't have it. Unfortunately, there's nowhere to play strongly in its amazing anagram.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you know it's anagram, I hope, at this point,
Yeah, I
Evan.
do know his anagram, right? But he has trilogy next to heresies, which fits.
Oh wow, that does just fit. Wow, that's amazing. He's already spotted it.
Yep.
That is his only bingo, so
Yeah.
it's probably going to come down pretty soon. It's kind of hard to imagine anything fitting on this board, except maybe through the E of a betters or a 9 through the AD or the LO.
But
So
Max got
trilogy.
the fit. Very well spotted. And I think we're probably going to see Will play to that Y. Something like Fanny seems strong just off the bat, but maybe there is
I'm
something
not
else.
sure, Evan, because that E in Raven is tantalizing. It's very dangerous
Yeah.
to leave that open. So maybe something like Feigner instead. I also hate leaving Ys in triples,
Yeah.
um, but it's not obvious to me which is more dangerous. Probably the E in Raven with that Z out. Um, a lot of high scoring stuff, the K still out, and the Y being to the left of the double letter score makes plays to it not as hard hitting. So
Yeah.
I wonder what Will's going to do here. This is actually a very interesting spot.
Yeah, this is a very interesting spot. I think that there's definitely an argument for taking out either spot. I think I'd be
Another
drawn
thing
to the Y off rip,
to
but
another thing to
wow.
mention.
See what Mac has?
Oh my goodness. Another thing to mention is, well, that Mac is threatening Epifauna if Will
Ugh,
doesn't play to the Y, but there's a lot of vowels left, which actually disincentivizes the play of Feigner, which leaves a vowel and a consonant, but also more so disincentivizes playing Fanny. You might even want to
yeah,
play Fairy and keep two N's because of how many vowels are left. So I think Feigner actually makes more sense here because of the balance and because of the danger of that E, but little does Will know. He's
that
about to get smashed.
yeah,
That's crazy.
that is a wild draw from Mac, but Epiphone is going to come down in the center of this board, and he's going to take a pretty convincing lead.
This is crazy. Will's reacting. Mac had a good poker face. When you're ready to play something that's really likely to get blocked, your heart just skips many beats. But this time, Mac got his amazing bingo down, and he's going to be going up 295 to 229. Let's flip the board. Let's update the score. Yeah, just got to get Will to do his duty here.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Epiphon a natural.
Yeah. So
yeah, there's no challenge here. Both these guys know this is a word.
yeah.
There was no hold. Mac was just doing his
Yeah.
tracking. So these guys are playing and they're tracking. Mac is one letter off of Zelkova. I mean, he could play Zelkova to the A of Fader
Oh
now.
my
if it doesn't
God!
get
Wow.
blocked. That's pretty ridiculous.
Uh-huh.
I don't think that's getting blocked.
No, I mean, Will doesn't have a lot of great options. I guess Yogi or Hoagie seem like fine choices, but yeah, I mean, do you think there's any merit? Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Okay.
I was
I
about to
don't.
go. I was about to say something that was wrong. So yeah, do you think Yogi above Raven or Yogi from the Y in Trilogy?
So if you're Will, you do want a bingo, you're down a bingo. Play of Yogi and ER doesn't actually really open space. That's just going to get blocked. That Y is just going to get blocked pretty quickly. And it does serve as a distraction, but I think board-wise, playing from the Y was potentially better, and just keeping that Y and maybe just scoring with it next turn, biding your time instead of creating such a big scoring spot that really hampers your ability to come back in this game. So
Yep.
I would count that as a mistake. I don't know. That's just me talking. But Zelkova for 50 is going to be
Yeah.
Mac's choice immediately. And he's taking a huge lead with that. Have to
Yeah,
see what
this
Will
is
draws out of the bag.
uh
Induna. Indunas.
oh, is that a word?
It's a word in Collins, but it doesn't fit. So
Okay.
not really.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is not a spot for really anything on this board, but I think this is gonna be a turn that Will is going to take and set up his S. Again, this is the case S, so if Will's able to create a strong S hook somewhere, I think that's what he wants to accomplish this turn, since he is once again down a bingo.
Yeah. You gonna play Yuan for 8 on the bottom right?
That would be really
It's so easy to
interesting to see
block
how
that.
Mac addresses that. Maybe a little too insane, but there's nothing really good from the Y that doesn't use the S. And I don't know how you're going to properly set up a line and keep well otherwise. So it might be called for here.
So yeah, with this situation, there's just enough space open to create a threat like this. Even if Mac manages to, at the very least, partially block the S hook by playing on top. So let's illustrate what we're looking at here. If Will plays Yuan, it's a little bit off.
It's a
Sorry,
little
let
bit
me
off. Yeah.
fix that. He's setting up this S hook, and if Mac plays here, whatever letter goes in this spot is going to probably allow Will to get some sort of play ending in S down most of the
Yeah.
time. But there could also be a situation where Mac plays to the N in Yuan.
Yeah.
That could
It
also
would
be an
create
option.
a very tough position for Mac regardless, because there's definitely tiles that might stop a lot of bingos if you put them in the triple line playing above Yuan, but those tiles also, like something like the W, that would just allow for Will to get a really high score playing through it because you're putting the scoring tile in that line. It's a very tough tightrope to balance, and it'll be interesting to see how Mac handles that with this fairly balanced rack, but not containing any particularly defensive tiles.
Yeah, it could be called for. What I was gonna say about there's just enough space open, that Y of Yogi, that is a bingo lane. At this score, Mac does have to sort of worry about these weird case scenarios.
Yeah, same with the F at
And
the top of
that
the
the
board.
F is the biggest one. The F being open after Zelkova, the F is protected. It's kind of hard to block that area. So making a setup play, and then when your opponent addresses it, you leave the other spots on the board open, and you continue to try and come back. If that F weren't there in Feiner, Mac would probably be far more incentivized to go all out and blocking plays, making Yuan's. I guess there are other ways to block the Yuan's plays too. You could play from the L in Trilogy or through the O in Trilogy and stop one short of the triple, maybe create a less dangerous S hook, or even make a word that doesn't take an S. And Will is going for Yuan's instead, which makes a lot of sense. He is down 100 points, so taking the points, setting up that S lane, making Mack address it, hopefully drawing something from the F. He also has no time, and the position after Yuan gets so complicated that I feel like, practically speaking, Will is in terrible position to try and win the game after that.
Yeah, no, it's just very hard to process these positions with such little time on the clock, and maybe Will hasn't done the best job of managing this shorter time control, where we would have liked to see him make some of those earlier plays a little bit faster. I think the Malm turn in particular is one that he could have sped up a bit, but yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
When you think you're going to see some defensive play from Mack in this position, he doesn't particularly have tiles that play the best defense.
Yeah, I feel like you would want to, maybe if you can't play defense, play something from the Y and Yogi and score and block a little bit. But Mac just doesn't really have any way of addressing everything or anything super significantly here. He's got a very nice lead, so we might see like a longer play to the S of Yuan's just to kind of play a lot of tiles off. But he's not at a score where it's like super comfortable to play that sort of defense.
Yeah,
Might just see him take the points.
Yeah, I think an interesting option could be HAO above the tiles in Yuan's. That does set up your W to play above with WHA. It's not going to be the easiest fit, but that does block the most threatening line on the board, which is now the S, and it does set up a way for you to continue scoring on your next turn.
Yeah, I'm not seeing how we're playing with WHA after how, but it is a good idea to just inhibit that space over here. So this is the play that Evan is talking about, HAO, which would really do a good job at eliminating the threats that were just created by Will. The W can be useful to continue scoring with. But yeah, just to play like HAW over here or WHOA here are definitely worth considering since they score so well.
Yeah.
But again, look at all those eyes.
Man, the
Don't want to
eyes
keep
are
an eye
coming.
here.
Eyes are coming late once again, and we can still see Will has two, which is really what's stopping him from having a bingo rack. Don't think he's threatening anything in this position.
No, not that I see. Yeah, it's tough. And for Will, I mean, I think, what does he do next turn? I mean, I really want to get rid of that B, but what do he play? Like Bib and QI? It's not looking
Yeah,
great, but he still has some decent tiles and some open space to work with. So
okay.
Mac's gonna play Lathe. This makes a lot of sense. We didn't consider this play, but it blocks the S very nicely. Doesn't The H is really hard to work with in terms of trying to bingo, but it will allow potential for Will to play up to the H and reopen some space.
Yeah, so there's
Just not in this
definitely
case.
potential. Yeah, in this case, I think Will's probably best off just playing something like Bib, keep as good of a bingo lead as you can, leave all these lines unobstructed. You know, they are marginal, but there's no way that Mac's going to be able to block everything in one turn. He's got his bite set up on his rack
Yeah,
right
he's
now.
thinking about Bitten,
Oh, okay.
which makes a lot of sense to reopen that line on the right side. Of course, it's very often going to get blocked by Mac and scored on. So time is running out for Will. He's going to need a really good draw here. There's only one E to be drawn, and that F is
Yeah,
not a good lane. So he's going to need something pretty good here.
yeah.
As Mac has some balance on his rack, DLOWPIR, but is there anything good making BI or BO? Not that I see.
Yeah, nothing that sticks out to me right now. He doesn't really have a tile that allows him to get a word to the H. Particularly a T would be nice in that regard. But yeah, it's going to be tough for Mac to properly block that line over there.
Yeah, he could do something like lipo or lido and BO, but I think his best play here with 7 tiles unseen is the beautiful pylori, Pylori. And this is a really weird word you don't see very often, but it is a plural. Um,
Yeah.
and that blocks a lane that, like I said, the Y is kind of a lane and leaves 2 in the bag, which is ideal in a situation like this one, not giving Will much time to get anything going. And he spotted it. That's amazing
Yeah. This
recognition by Mac.
is Yeah, this is a word I've never seen before. But this is a really great play. It basically just scores, you want to score as well on these turns. And I think something like lipo is actually maybe a bit too long as far as taking out that the what is that? The O column? Yeah, the O column is concerned because you're reopening the N column and this in the process. So I think just taking the points with pylori is a really strong option. But Max got some time left. He's got 5 minutes. Probably only has around 3 turns max left in this game. So he's going to take his time to really think this through because this is a pretty pivotal point within the game.
I don't know what he's thinking with DOW.
Yeah.
Not sure. Maybe he's confused with like ARO. Like, this is the sort of thing you might think you can play a DOW in the spot you were thinking of last turn, HAW, but ERO not a word. And if he puts it on the board, he's almost certainly going to recognize that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm concerned a little bit with this pivot, but I'm pretty sure Pylori should come down. Maybe something like Pro if you want to block that B more conclusively, but with the score line, again, I think the best option is to just take... What is...
What
Oh, he's
is he?
playing DHOWS. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow. Oh,
That's
that's
really cool.
wonderful board vision.
Wow, none of us saw that. None
Yeah.
of us saw that. That's pretty good. I actually don't know if it's correct. I feel like this loses too often to like bingos from the F,
Yeah.
but it blocks so many.
Yeah. Does block a lot of bingos, but it does notably score a bit less than Pylori. That's about 10 points he was giving up. So it's
Yeah, I
gonna
guess the
be
issue
close.
now is that Will's only got a minute and a half. The issue now is that he has the opportunity to play up to 4 tiles here. So that increases his options to try and fish for something that will fit maybe in 2 spots. I don't really know what's going to fit in 2 spots, but he does have that ing, which actually does prove useful in a situation like this one where you're trying to play an 8-letter word from one of 2 tiles on the board from that F or that Y. Given the scoreline, that's probably the only way that Will's going to be able to outscore Mac.
Yeah.
So I wonder what he's going to come up with. I mean, Will is so good under pressure, but he's actually just going to play GI and get rid of that ING combination. But he's probably going for something specific.
I feel like he has to be going for a specific 2 tile pull. I mean, I am not in a position word knowledge wise where I can really exactly identify these sort of 2 tile threats that I would be going for. But he also does want to keep in mind that one of his bingo lines is a bingo ending in an A. That would fit next to the B in bitten. And if he goes for an ing word, he's basically throwing that possibility out. So maybe that's another
Oh,
factor
I know what
in
he was
Will's
going
calculus.
for.
What would you
I
do?
think he was going for fricando from the F,
Oh,
and he's now 1 letter off. He got the C, but not the O.
yeah,
But also Pyranoid would have fit if he drew that P. So there's a
yeah,
couple options that he was going for at least there. That's pretty brilliant.
yeah.
That's awesome.
I think we're gonna see Mac probably try and block that F. You can see the unseen pool from his perspective. You both of the duplicates unseen, which are the most likely two tile pulls that he could get, would lead to Will having Fricondo. So I think he's gonna want to try and make a move that blocks it,
But
considering that is by far the most likely bingo threat that Will can have.
but this is crazy. So Fricondo, I think if he plays Yowler, he loses to Fricondo, but Conidia still plays next to the B of
Oh,
Kitten
right.
at the very least. So it could be that if Mac decides to block Fricondo, he's losing to Conidia. He's only up 60 now. Conidia scores a little bit over 60. 911. Okay, yeah, that's like 65. So what could it? Is it good enough to play like flowier? Like what? I'm trying to
Yeah.
see if that's not a word. Flowier. What am I
Yeah,
talking
that's not a word. I mean, flower is a word. You could also
about? Flowier.
play something like pride through the D in Raven that would also block.
Does wiped outrun it? Wiped for 16. Let me see. Oh my God, wiped would lead to a tie if Will has
Whoa.
Conidia.
Wow.
Wow, that's crazy.
Is
Is
there
there
better?
anything better than that?
Yeah.
This might be a situation where the best Mac can do is tie.
Yeah.
Is there anything else being threatened? LOR. I'm looking in my engine here. I'm not doing this on my own. Yeah, Conidia is the only other playable bingo if wiped to the D of Raven comes down. So this is what we're thinking. Oops.
Yeah. So what?
Um,
This. So yeah, play
I
of
just
wiped wins 34 out of 36 and ties the other two is how the math
yeah.
works out. That's crazy.
Is there anything else though? Like feels like there might be like almost politer. But yeah, for Kondo just scores so much that you just can't outrun that.
Oh,
Oh, so FE coming down, leaving one in the bag. I wonder if this ever beats Conidia.
yeah. Because he's
This is
giving
very
up
interesting.
because the E would not allow him to make a lot of those longer plays anymore. Although we see Max draw the
Wow.
O, so
So he
Canidia
probably
is
knows
out of
he's
play.
safe. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's crazy. And Will's going to go overtime. I mean, this is a time. This is
yeah.
just, yeah, this is coming down to time. If Conidia came down, I really wonder what would have happened. That's super worth looking at after this game. But Cyanid looks like Will's best play. I don't think there's anything
Hmm.
to go for anymore from his perspective. Um, yeah, Will's already talking. You guys can't hear him, but he's saying, yeah, paranoid for Kondo.
Those were the two
Uh,
draws that he was going for.
wow. Crazy game. So Mac's going to take a 2-point lead here.
Yep.
Under time pressure, missing the P hook on LIE at the top of the board. He was
Ooh,
able to
yeah.
play
Need
POW
pow
there.
up there.
That actually
And
might have outrun Conidia. Oh, would Pylori? Yeah, maybe Pylori would have outrun. It's very interesting.
yeah, very
We'll talk to
interesting.
them. Will has
Mhm.
one outplay with RIN of Radian through the A, D, and A on the board.
Oh,
Nobody's
wow.
going to
That's a
spot
really
that. He has zero. He's like under time here.
yeah, I think if he doesn't find this, I guess just rib probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gotta get this down.
Oops. Yeah, it
Oops.
doesn't. The time doesn't
Yeah.
matter unless there's a
It's
tie, and spread
yeah,
would have mattered. This would have been really cool
would have
if it
been very
ended in a
cool.
tie.
But yeah, this game is decided.
Huh. I really want to look at this with them. This is something to analyze. This is a crazy game. Wow. Okay, so Fern coming down.
Followed by
Mac
pick.
playing pick for 14. Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of the games are going to end like this with the guys just not having any time left.
Yeah. Oh wow, yeah, Max stopped the clock with 0 0 seconds exactly.
Oh, nice job. AI for 4. Okay. All right, final score. Mac 433, Will 382.
Yeah. You see
Crazy,
Mac taking the
crazy.
2-0 series lead. This best of
Epifana
9.
followed by Zelkova.
Yeah. It's crazy draws. Looks like the change in shirt did not affect the results.
So I'm thinking that Faye probably outruns Conidia.
Yeah.
That works. There was another O unseen. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure FE wins 100%.
Oh wow.
I don't see a way for Will to do anything other than play Canidia immediately. There's no way for him to
Yeah,
set
you
it
can't.
up.
Yeah, you can't stall the bingo there.
Wow, what a great play.
Yeah, that's great.
Wow.
Hello.
Hi.
The same as me, though.
Wow, Evan got that shirt of all shirts. All right,
This was intentional.
what we
The
got
issue
here?
with us echoing, I think, has to do with you guys turning on the mic.
Yeah,
maybe,
so
of the Zoom call.
we can fix that. Yeah, so we'll fix that.
So it's totally fine when we're commentating.
Yes, I think it was FE correct. I think it was. But...
I'll
FE,
just be
we're
the
analyzing it. It
commentator
looks like it
translator
wins
with the
100%.
headphones. That should
Mac.
fix the editing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't hear now.
Okay. Can you guys hear me okay?
Wow.
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you okay.
I think that should fix it pretty well.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So yeah,
Sorry-
we were
sorry to
saying with FE, if Will has Canidia immediately, then you
It
can
wins.
outrun it with Pylori, which is a play that you
Yeah.
had already spotted. So
Nice play.
Yeah, I think
So, yeah.
Pylori always outruns Conidia, right?
it does.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
That
there's
was-
no
that
way
was my
for
plan.
Will
I
to
don't
like
think there's
set up
any-
another spot.
Yeah, and if he fishes there,
Yeah,
there's nothing. Yeah.
I could not come up with a fish that wasn't.
I have to block for Kondo, obviously, especially that's a 436 with 2 eyes and 2
You can hear him okay through
Yeah.
No, I can't hear him through there.
Oh, okay. Well, how do we?
Yeah, we were looking at this line
Is there another headset, or I don't know?
of wiped and this potential outcome.
Oh, if Matt. So if you play wiped to try to block the F, and then I play Canidia, I win. But
What's
you.
a tie?
No, it's a
there's
tie.
Oh, it's a tie.
No.
Oh, I see that.
But,
oh my
but if
god.
I play FE and then I always outrun with Pylori, right? Because I'm
Yeah, I think what you did
Yes.
seems better than
Okay.
that. Nice.
And I didn't see any like one tile fishes you could play that opened another line or anything.
Let's see. We got the chat here. Hey everybody, I'm seeing chat now. Thanks everybody for stopping by. Appreciate you all. Hope everybody's having a good time. Everybody be nice to Josh and Evan.
They've been wonderful.
That's great to hear.
Yeah.
What about Malm? Was there really nothing? Was there anything significantly better than that? I feel like.
I think we liked Combs hooking tuxedos.
Oh yeah, I don't know why I didn't think about that.
Which one?
That's Colmes. Colmes hooking tuxedos is just a lot of
Oh.
points and doesn't give anything back. So
Yeah.
Yeah, with the 2 Y's out, maybe it's a little.
yeah,
more
Malmi
reasonable.
is scary. I just got tripped up by Mesclum, which is a Colin.
Yeah, I mean, drawing.
Yeah.
Because I kept GLRT after COD, so drawing Trilogy was ridiculous. The drawing Epiphana was even more ridiculous.
Yeah, Fanny. I was close to playing Fanny on Feigner. Just I thought that the E of Raven was a bigger threat than the Y. Just to I know I get 3 more, but that E gets punished way harder than the Y usually. I feel like.
Yeah.
I mean,
But-
that's just dumb luck. Like,
Yeah, and there's also the pool is pretty vowel heavy. I think it was like 24 to 25 at that point.
Yeah,
so
I
keeping
really-
2 vowels. Maybe fairy. Over
Look at the
Fanny,
eyes. Look at the eyes too.
Yeah, the eyes came out very
I mean-
late in both games.
Yeah. So okay, all right, nothing.
We simulated this position, and Feigner, Fairy, and Fanny were all super close to each other.
Okay, I
Fairy
can
would have
live
been
with
like
that.
a Nigel-esque choice.
Keeping
two ends.
ANN, which is surprisingly
Yeah.
good there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Feels weird.
All right, I can live with that. I mean, I obviously got punished very hard for not playing to the live trilogy, but that's all right.
But it's close, yeah.
Yeah. This one obviously is a tough one too, with Hoagie and Yoji down low. I didn't want to keep a Y, but maybe I should. It's tough. It's tough. So
Yeah.
It was really tough.
So, did you think about leaving the S off?
Yuan?
I did. I surely did.
Just Yuan,
with the case S. Yeah, I was agonizing over the reason I spent so much time on that was I hate giving up the case S when I am in a position where I need it, but I just felt like putting it there has its advantages.
It's pretty easy for me to block.
It is easy for you to block just Yuan. Right. Putting the S there is good for 8. It's immediate threat, and then maybe I draw something from the F.
Right. I think you're going to have to hit something from the F to win this game either way, most likely, because I'm blocking that every time.
Yeah, for sure. So, and then
we didn't even see this play.
Yeah, that's brutal.
DOW lined up for like a minute.
Which one?
Like, where?
Dows. They said they didn't even see Dows.
Yeah, I considered a few things. I thought about just Pylori trying to outrun, but the line on the right just felt too risky. Stuff like Windage there that's going to go down for 100.
Yeah.
And stuff like Lipo just gives you back another line. So, and I also often redraw Pylori. There's still like 2 or 3 O's left, which is really good. I didn't think about Pro, but I feel like Dows is
pretty ugly. It's hard for you to continue to score.
Definitely Pro is better than Lipo.
Yeah, Pro's better than Lipo, but I think Dows is better than Pro. It's wonderful board vision.
Listen to them to address you. I'll figure out.
We were saying I think Pro is better than Lipo, but Dows is wonderful board vision. We didn't generate the play when you had it. Even when you had it, the DOW set up, we were still unaware of what you were going for. But very wonderful spot there.
Yeah, no thanks. I was definitely happy with that one. But I was saying to Will before, just drawing. I mean, it really started with Trilogy to Bingo to LGRT and then draw Epiphana with that rack. It's funny. I drew that word against Ori Swift at Nationals in an off-stream game too. After bingoing, I think I literally bingoed with that from an E for like 80 to clinch a game against Ori Swift. Like I seem to keep drawing Pifauna, which look like crappy tiles out of a bag and bingoing with that word for I don't know what's going on, but it's like it just keeps happening. So I guess the word really likes me, or I really like that word, or both. I don't know.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, fate smiles upon the prepared.
Guess so.
All right, should we get back to it? What's going on?
Hit a quick question break.
Yeah, sure.
Do you want me to get a third shirt?
Do you guys need a break? Do they need a break? Should we take a
Evan needs a third shirt.
Evan might need a third shirt because he put the same shirt on as me.
Okay, so let's take 5 minutes.
Doing 5, and we can do the promotion stuff.
Yeah, and we'll do that when we're back. So let's take 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game 3. Let's hold on. Before we do, we got to give you your star. This is like Super Mario Brothers. Oops. No, not that way. That way. Okay.
Woohoo!
All right. So we'll be back in just a couple minutes, everybody. Be right back.
Alrighty.
Go back to board 2. You guys are live. I think we're live too, potentially.
All right.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Josh Sokol here with Evan Chester. Scrabble is not stopping anytime soon. We have at least 3 more games to go, Evan.
Yeah, I would. I talked with Will about this series before. I think he maybe said that if the series ends up going too lopsided, they'd extend it to a best of 11 just for the sake of making sure there's enough games that are being streamed. But we see Mac is up 2-0 in this series. So strong advantage towards Mac.
Yeah,
And
I guess it's Will's stream, it's Will's house. He can just move the goalposts anytime he wants. If he
yeah.
loses 5-0, he's like, no, it was a best of 11. What are you talking about?
Yeah, or he could kick Mac out to the streets, alternatively.
Yeah. What's funny is I mean, I don't know what's funny actually. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't know. I changed my shirt again, but but yeah, this is like a dark green shirt. My parents got this for me up in Lake George. It's a really nice shirt. This is the first time I've put it on. You haven't, if you didn't watch the streams from Lake George, you can always go back and view those on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. And I believe there were some sponsors we wanted to shout it out, right?
Oh yeah, let's talk about that. You might have seen it on the screen. You might see it on the bottom of the screen. But we have 2 sponsors today, both generously donating $500 to make this stream happen. Of course, huge thanks to Will's patrons as well for helping fund stuff like this. As Mac will be going first this game, but NASPA has provided funds for this series, as well as one of Mac's students who wants people to know that his significant other is going to set up a nonprofit editing company. Inglenook Literature. If you have certain, let's see, what did Max say? He's probably going to play Jows here.
He's got a bingo.
Oh, Feijoas. Okay, is that better than Jows? Probably.
It's actually close.
I want to see what Mac told me to say. Yeah. So if anyone is working on magical realism or memoir and needs help with revisions or coaching, contact Sasha Balin, the editor-in-chief for a super cool mag for magic called Inglenook Literature. It's much better than, it was like a super tongue twistery name that he said first. I'm like, oh my God, I have to practice that. But Inglenook Literature. So thank you to both of those generous sponsors for funding this and stuff like it. But yeah, do you play Feijoas or Jows?
I think there's a non-zero chance I just miss Feijoas here, but I think it's got, I mean, 40 keeping the blank or just bingoing for 7. You know, it's 38-point difference. So I think I'm taking the bingo here. But it is certainly a position worth taking time on.
Yeah, so Sim is agreeing that this is slightly better, like 5 points better than playing Jows and keeping E blank and gunning for bingo potentially to that S you'd be setting up. But this looks right for Mac, and both players with opening blanks. HLOTUZ blank for Will, who's I guess 1 letter off of 8's Thiazol, but he does have Thiazol without the E available through the A. That is a really tough find. That's 72 and burns the blank.
Yeah, that's got to be also similarly close with an option like Azoth. I would think that that's something that I saw quite quickly, just playing from the A with Azoth. But yeah, Thiazol, I think might not necessarily be right because it does still take the E hook, and have Mac having just drawn 7 tiles, he's gonna be able to get like 40 hooking it very often. But oh right, Halutz. This is also another strong play. Like,
okay, I've got this working. Yeah. Uzo also available from the O to keep a little bit stronger bingo potential. but I think I like this better. But yeah, I think Thiazol was a miss for Will. It's a
Yeah.
really, really tough find. This is actually going to work very nicely for Mac, as he's just got a U to play through Quid. So this is,
Yeah.
if this was a mistake, it was a pretty costly one.
Also
Somehow that
notable.
U.
Oh,
Go ahead.
oh, I was saying also notable is that Mac has the C, which will front hook Helots.
Wow, that's true. That's awesome. Huh. See if that
Yes.
comes into play in a significant way, or if we're going to see like 30, 40 point. That hook alone, it scores 21 points. And wow,
Yeah.
directs is going to come down with
Oh
salutes if
my
that doesn't
gosh.
get blocked.
I would
And
be surprised if this gets. Oh.
I think it might get blocked by Will's highest scoring bingo.
Oh right. Yeah, he's got Ionones hooking Quids for 72. His other bingos are 62 or 59. So this is a significant improvement to all of those. He's like he's going to take a little bit of time to just look for other options. If you have something through the Z, it is for sure your best play, but no luck here.
Yeah, it's one letter off so many things, but yeah, Will definitely extremely fast with those blank bingos. Both these guys are just killers in finding their bingos with blanks. But yeah, I think Will's going to go pretty quickly with Ionones, and this is not a mistake. This is correct. Taking longer might have been a mistake here.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
72 for Will. He's going to equalize here. He's down 4, but Mac is going to hit right back with a bingo of his own. However, it's not going to do anything about the big spots Ionones just opened. So
Yeah,
we'll see what Will draws. Go ahead.
yeah. So I see the three bingos with the floating E in Feihoa's. Is there anything else in play? Or is that all he really has to work with?
Well, credits does overlap the
Oh, right.
FUI, so that's probably what Mac's going to go with. That scores 68, so a little bit more than Desertic or Discreet. But yeah, it's kind of funny that that spot is just maybe going to sit there for quite some time, as
Yeah.
if Mac does play credits for 68, language is going to come back from Will through that R. So crazy stuff going on this
Yeah.
game.
Looks like we're gonna see four bingos in the first 6 turns with turns in between being power tile drops. So this is a lot of fireworks to start off this game. Love to see it.
Oh man, there was some discussion about power tiles on Thursday's Let's Play Scrabble stream, and whether people employ that term, whether they use that term, and what that term refers to. In general,
Hmm.
power tiles refer to the S's, the blanks, and the 5 tiles that score 5 or more points. The question was, does the K count?
Okay.
And for me, I don't like the concept of power tiles at all.
Fair enough.
I
Especially because the
will
Q is
let people
generally
have
not
it
very
though.
powerful.
Yeah. So yeah, the word I was saying, language, which if Max somehow plays Desertic, will not fit.
Yeah.
If
The
he
R would
doesn't,
be a little bit too buried.
I don't know why you would play Desertic though for 3 less. I mean, that feels like it opens more floaters, but it's, I think, just gonna work out so
Yeah.
nicely in Mac's favor here. Maybe it makes it harder for Will to score. I'm kind of confused by this, but it's just a Mac moment where he somehow has like eyes in
Yeah.
the back of his head or in the
I
back
mean,
of Will's rack.
I can see a world where this sims well, just on the front that you're not giving back as much counterplay, and you're closing certain words through certain words through the Z are no longer going to fit, like a 5 doubling a high pointer. You're not giving back the triple. You're sort of closing off the top left of the board as well. So I can see a world where the defensive merits of this play outweigh the extra 3 points from credits. But it's a very interesting adjustment to see.
Yeah, it's definitely a long-term play. The one thing that's very important to distinguish between Desertic and credits is this part of the board here. It's
Yeah.
not really going to be getting much love for at least quite some time.
Yeah.
So although in the short term, I think Desertic works out worse in Mack's favor, this idea of, okay, these scoring spots are going to get used and then the board's going to be dead with a bingo lead, that's very good. It's very
Yeah.
good for Mack. I
How do you
just
feel?
don't know
How
if
do you feel
he's going to
about?
be there in time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you feel about Zag for Will? AEGLN pairs extremely well with that I in Desertic, which is in perfect space for an ING word to fit on the board. You know, ING can be a bit of a trap, but it's unlikely that Mac is going to really play there with the spots in IO known underneath that available. And, you know, I think what's important is that if you're going for ING, that it fits. And I think that this play of Zag leaves a perfect set of 5 tiles to play an ING bingo here. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I think it's Zag versus Ag in the same spot for 2 more. Problem with Ag, I guess, is that it invites high scoring responses a little bit more. But those responses are responses that don't really inhibit that ING most of the time. So could be worth just taking the points here, distracting Mac a little bit, and gunning for that ING. But yeah, it's a very strong play by Will, and this draw from Mac, not so strong.
He's gonna play Tref, so
Yeah,
he's keeping both V's, but he's scoring like 40 odd points here, so makes a lot of sense. I think,
definitely worth it.
yeah, you don't think you can play something like Vervet here and sacrifice that many points.
Yeah, Vervet was the option through the Eve Desertic to just get rid of both of these, but I think Mac wants more than to open an E in space that Will can maybe use to reopen the top left. I think he's
Yeah.
really wanting his plan of just blocking that part of the board to exist unpunished by the tiles that he draws. But Vervet was an interesting option, but I like taking the points. Will's going to go ahead and play Axel for 52. I think
Yeah.
you could have played X for 42 in the same spot. I think you take the 10 points here.
I think the 10 points are worth it. Yeah. You're still retaining the N and the G, and you're down about 70, 80 on that turn. Couldn't do the exact math before the score updated. So I think getting every point out of that spot, I think, is worth it.
Yeah, and we're starting potentially to see the pitfall of the play of Desertic. Mac definitely suffered a pretty rough post bingo draw, and he's not really been able to address everything that he wants to address as quickly as he would have wanted to address it. Right now, there are threats all over the board. There's this S of Fehoas that's open. There's this T of Trafe. There's all these lines over here. But at least the top left is closed.
Yep. And it seems like it's going to stay that way unless Will makes a play through that V that Max just played out there with Vive. And this makes a lot of sense to just get rid of some of the worst tiles on your deck, score something. I think this is about as good as Mac could have done in this position.
Yeah, doesn't really open too much. I guess the problem is now play through the first V of Vive is going to open that top left of the board ever so slowly. But I mean, Mac's still ahead significantly. He's up 50 points, and he's going to be able to just shift his focus from potentially trying to block everything to just trying to ride the waves of success and the waves of having a 50-point lead against Will Anderson. So if you're Will here, I think you want to start addressing the fact that the top left is closed. But maybe you could just play. The problem with a play like Gab on top of the O and O of Ionones is that eliminates this S from contention, which is probably your best lane right now. So I think you want to play Banger.
Yeah, Banger does a good
nice word
spot.
to describe what's going on here. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, Banger is a nice way to open up some lanes on the left side of the board. I think another interesting choice could be beaming through the eye, turning over 6 tiles. It scores a little bit less, but I think there's also maybe an argument to that to keep the board a little bit tighter for scoring. We're seeing Gab come down.
Yeah, I mean it's not terrible, but he is removing it
Yeah.
maybe just to count it. It's not terrible. That S is useful, but leaving the T and the R of Trafe open and sort of protecting it with the play of Gab, preventing overlaps that inhibit those two letters makes sense. And EEMN is pretty balanced. It's going to allow him to bingo a significant amount. MENT as a suffix doesn't come in handy that often, but it could be useful in this position.
Yeah, right. Maybe you'll. No, I guess not with the playing off the B. You won't draw a betment like you did twice in a row at club on post bingo draws.
Kokement.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Good find.
So yeah, now for Mac, he's up 21. He's drawn a couple of vowels, which were desperately needed, and he's considering playing
Wrote with making
and
ego. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sort of, it definitely dampens the lanes that are in the further leftmost rows. So replacing a T and an R with a W and an R, and just scoring pretty well. Yeah, I think I like this. I don't really know what else
Yeah.
there is to
I think
consider
this
here.
is pretty fine.
Guess he could keep his E and play warped to the right of Zag, but I like addressing these threats right now.
Yeah, I think that it's a good idea to just take the, Rhoda is a pretty strong equity play. You're getting rid of some your duplicate R's, one of the F and W, and just scores well. I think this is just an overall strong move.
Will smiling. He's probably thinking of some phony words at the moment. Yeah, if I were Will, I'd want to play to the W of wrote. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I had to look it up to make sure this was valid. But he has Mercer through the two R's as an interesting option.
Yeah, that sort of reopens a big lane to the triple. It scores pretty well, but does get rid of both of the E's and keeps a K. Potentially better might be Corker in that same spot.
Yeah.
Problem with that is it doesn't open anything, and after the Corker, there's actually really not much going on the board anymore. So I think Will spotted it, but it's not a play you're super happy with. Luckily for Will, he's only down 49, so if Mac wants to address the bingo threats that are left on the board, he might not score very well, and Will might be able to come back some other way. He does have the C for Chalutz. I don't really see how keeping it has so much value. It's kind of hard to end words and C, but that would open a lane in the top.
I guess he could consider just playing MOC, but I think maybe not the time for a play like that.
Yeah, it is 30 points, and it's a potentially long-term investment for the board. But I think at this stage of the game, with the scores as they are, I don't think Will needs to do something like that. But it's interesting for sure.
Yeah. So, and I guess it's also worth looking at, are there any strong scoring options that retain the C to potentially make an opening like that later? Yeah, you could play Eek underneath Rote, but that still doesn't really go the route of openness.
Yeah, it's interesting, like to potentially play Monk instead of Mock here, to set up potential for Aki if he draws an Ackee, which would open a lane. That actually might be better at also keeping the C for Chalutz, but this is a good option. It doesn't screw up the board as much as Corker does.
Yeah, no, I think this is another strong option. And I think we'll fairly quickly see something like Kif from Mac. Just take 30 points. He really doesn't have many strong options. Just the two eyes are not very, very flexible. So what else do you see in this position, Josh?
Yeah, I'm preferring Frit making Ami and Got. Does look a little dangerous at first, but Got only takes an H hook. Ami takes a bunch of hooks with that R and Frit. If we show this on the board, Frit's down here. That R makes it really hard to access that triple. So it's not really that dangerous, and yeah, it balances better than Kif would. So I think that's what we're going to see from Mac, but he's probably not feeling so confident here.
Yeah.
No blanks left, but he's kind of far from a bingo. He needs to draw an E to give himself a good chance at getting a bingo, and Will might have some scoring plays. Will might have some firepower. So it's a
Yeah.
good game.
Also worth noting that Mac's lead is down to only 15 points. So let's say Mac plays Frit and Will responds with something like Pecan through the K. Well, then it's pretty much a tie game because Mac is just, Will's going to be scoring a little bit more. So yeah, playing Kif to take out what is likely the most lucrative scoring spot for Will definitely makes sense. Although it does keep Mac a little bit in the sticks, as I've heard used as an expression for when you just have only one pointers that don't work the best together. But
Yeah, this is very interesting play by Mac, and the engine approves of it. As Will's going to play nephew for 42, which I mean, that's got
that's
to be
that's a great
fantastic
find.
here.
Yeah.
I think the point of Kif is you actually bingo significantly on this board. Not as much as after Frit, but a couple draws like EI or AI lead to interior, anterior through the O of rote. That's probably not going away.
Yeah.
So it's a very interesting adjustment for Mac. I think normally you'd play Frit for the equity, but this is engine approved. It's a nice
All
play.
right.
But now
Yeah.
Mac is struggling. Like you said, the sticks. I mean, the D is 2 points, barely better
Hmm.
than 1 point, but he does not really have great options here. He could score very well if he wanted to with something like driver or divert through the V. I say very well, but that's 22, 24. I'm just saying with these tiles, that's pretty good. Or
Yeah.
you could just play a little bit more cagey and just try to bingo, which I think I approve of here. Just playing off an R and a D and keeping EINRT is really strong, Evan.
Yeah, I especially think that now that the B column is open, that going for the bingo with that leave is as strong as it is. There's also some floaters in Desertic, then as well as the V in Vive that you might be able to hit. So I think if had you told me that you were going to fish a few turns ago, I would not have particularly approved of that decision. But now that the board does have these more open lines, that might be a bit of a hassle for Will to block. I think that the fish has some pretty good merit to it.
Yeah, and I think just psychologically, well, speaking of, I mean, the time is going to be very important here. There's so much left of this game to play, but both players around 5 minutes and under. But psychologically, I feel like Mac was, just trying to pad his lead this whole time, and now the scores are basically even, and he's no way to score. So it's kind of hard to make that adjustment to just saying, okay, well, it seems like an even game at this point, maybe slightly ahead, but just fishing here and just keeping really good tiles. There's no telling what tiles Will has. He just played nephew for 42. So just admitting that maybe you're not going to just keep scoring your way to victory and just dealing with the situation at hand. This is what these guys are really good at. Just this sort of adjustment, just knowing what to do in any circumstance.
Yeah, no, these guys have really strong positional awareness, and that's what makes them as good as players as they are. Looks like Mac has divert set up. You might not think that fishing is worth it here, and he just wants to grab as many points as he can. There's still some solid tiles unseen, still two S's, although there's also UUUWYY. So turnover, I think in this position is a little bit of a double-edged sword, but we're gonna see Mac take the points. I totally understand this. I'm not one who's gonna qualm with Mack Meller's decisions. So
Yeah, it's
back,
definitely a good option as well, just to try and keep that scoring pressure going. I mean, and an R, those are two good letters. It's not likely he's gonna struggle too hard with that lead, but there's definitely some weird stuff to draw. Duplicate
hmm.
R, a U. Yeah, this is not bad, but more
Yeah,
sticks. So
I
for
mean, if
Will
Will
now,
plays,
AABILUI. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, if Will plays something that looked strong initially, like Yod, it's gonna get hit with a Rorian. So
Ooh. Wow, yeah, yacht is what I was thinking to that D and divert, keeping the very strong ABIL leave, hoping to draw maybe ABLE words or ABLY words even to the
yeah, the
Y and
Y out
yacht.
in space helps a lot with that leave, but
Yeah, but
Will
maybe
wouldn't
something
even.
like Bayou instead through the O of Rote looks pretty strong. There's a lot of stuff that Will could play. Abulia is 31, overlapping the NEPH of nephew. He's looking at Baud, maybe?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's looking at, but I do like Bayou for sure. Just to, you don't want to keep the U when you have two more left. So I think that's very important to get rid of. And it creates a bit of another bingo lane that would work very well with his leads.
Yeah, Will seems to be like, I don't know, it feels like he's unsure what to do. He's low on time, and I don't think he's spotted the higher scoring spot for Abulia, but he's going to
Yeah,
play it for how much is this? 22. So this is a 9-point sacrifice over Abulia, a few spots lower. Um, so
yeah,
this is also going to just maybe cost Will the game because
because it's
Aurorian's going to fit now.
yeah, but we'll see what Will's going to be able to draw in response because Aurorian is going to plop the A under that triple word score. And we already see that Will has a Y, so he's got one high scoring tile that goes there. He might be able to draw something that scores equal, just considering Aurorian did not score that much as far as bingos are concerned. But
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Will to come back from. The unseen letters from his perspective, EGILNOY, are pretty good. He can score 47 here. He can't bingo. But if he plays Yogin on the top, he'll be down by almost 20. But leaving two tiles in the bag, he might get a good draw and be able to eke this one out. But we have to see what Mac draws out of the bag.
yeah,
Oh, and that is not very good for Mack Meller. So after Yogin, the only issue is Mack's drawn all 5 of the unseen vowels.
wow.
So if Will plays Yogin, he's going to have that E and that E only. He might draw that Y, which would help him. But yeah, this is going to come down to time, I think, mostly, but also Mack's advantage is pretty strong here.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see a way that Mac's gonna really lose. He has drawn five vowels, but considering those were the only ones that were unseen, that's honestly very strong. And he's just gonna be able to just burn through tiles with something like Rondo. I don't see how that ever loses after Will plays Yogin. I think that just drawing two tiles are just going to be able to go out so often with only three on your rack. I think this is going to be Mac's game.
Yeah, it looks really tough, but it will come down to what happens next. So Lingy also playable in that same spot above that A. Um, Will's gonna play Yogin. Lingy scores a little bit more. If Will knew that Mac had all those vowels, Lingy would be a better shot, but I think Yogin's the better play.
Yeah,
And actually, it's the same score. I don't know if I mentioned
yeah,
that, but yeah, Rondo looks great, Evan, and struggle to see after that how Mac will necessarily lose. There might be a couple draws that don't give him outplays, but I don't think so.
yeah. I mean, just keeping the lone A, you're gonna draw an out with pretty much any combination of the high point tiles is going to give you at least a three-letter word. So yeah, I
Yeah, the
don't
only thing
see.
I'm looking at is YW, but Will has drawn that W. Like YW, do you have 2 spots? I know you have way on the bottom right, but
Um,
yeah, it's not going to happen. So Rondo looks very, very, very strong for Mac, and I don't think he's getting outrun either.
yeah, I don't see any strong scoring plays for Will. He draw both of the remaining S's, but there's not really a super strong S hook remaining on the board. And yeah, see Rondo come down. Very well spotted from Mac. I think we're gonna see 3-0 series lead from Mack Meller.
Yep, and Will can't stop Mac from going out. He's going to draw PY. There's going to be multiple spots for him to play those tiles, and Will just doesn't have a high enough score here to be able to outrun that. So
Yeah.
crazy, crazy turn of events. Abulia just game-ending blunder in this particular instance for Will. It was
Yeah.
a tough turn. That four-way overlap, very hard to see. But even without that, I don't really get that play. I think Will's going to be, hitting himself for that decision.
Yeah, I think so.
Wow, so 3-0 start, not what we expected. But yeah, anything is possible in these sorts of series.
Come on.
It's been crazy.
Don't go overtime all 3 games, Will. Come on. Nah.
Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to affect the outcome either way, but it's
I mean, you got to look for something here, but yeah, it's all over.
Looks like he's found his best play of Smuse with Squid. So this is his best endgame move.
29 is correct, and Mac will be going out for 20 points at the bottom right of the board, or he could go out anywhere. I don't even think he has to go out here.
Yeah, he's probably fine regardless, especially after the time penalty from Will.
Yeah, wow. All right, so 421 to 390. Mack Meller takes the 3rd game in a row in this this hotly anticipated series, Evan. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, we know that Will has so much in the tank. We know that he is really good at fast time formats. He is, after all, the Blitz Champs champion of the world. But yeah, he's in big danger here.
Yeah, no, this is certainly a bit more lopsided than you would have thought. I mean, both of these players are extremely strong, so I can't really think of too many mistakes Mac would have made across the entire series so far. But yeah, just those slight misses from Will here and there have really led to Mac being able to capitalize on those. I think it's worth mentioning that all of these games have been pretty evenly drawn so far. We have yet to see a very lopsided game in terms of draws. So yeah, it's sort of exactly what we're looking for.
Yeah. Also, if anyone were to have the advantage, we do talk about home court advantage, but let's keep in mind that Will is producing the stream. We don't have really any control over what's going on the floor. So yeah, that's an added level of stress.
Yeah, I think it's easier, even if there's a slight echo. Hey guys, what's going on?
We'll talk low.
Oh, while we're on this screen, we'll give you another star. Oh my god. There we go.
Alrighty.
All right.
Oh, do I need to refresh this? What happened here?
I just changed my shirt. No, it's nothing.
No.
I meant the quackle. The quackle.
Let me get in the screen.
Here we go.
Oh, you have it here. Okay, nice.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Who knows? Give me.
That was a really, really cool game.
Cool.
Yeah. Who knows is right. I mean, there were 2 things that you did, Will, that we didn't agree with here in the booth, and they both led to very lopsided results. So the play of Chalutz looks very strong, but you had 72 here if you wanted it.
72.
A non-bingo double-double.
Yeah.
Oh, thiazole.
Yeah, it's debatable.
I didn't even think.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
So, on equity, it's a few points better, but it is
Gives
close.
a massive e-hook.
Yeah.
In
is
this
gonna
particular
jack up.
instance,
You would have not
really
been
helped
punished.
Mac.
Yeah, that's funny.
As it turns out.
I just didn't think of that. Maybe for that many points, but also making that big old e-hook feels.
It does increase.
Too.
It's going to increase max average by a good bit.
But I'm scoring a
also
ton.
Scoring
Putting
70
right
or 40 more. Yeah.
Above that double is
Yeah,
not
I don't
great
know.
either. Though.
I agree.
Yeah, Chalutz,
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could look at what the simulation says about your averages, Mac. Opponent next turn averages so far slightly more after Thiazole versus
Yeah.
Yeah,
the other option was Uzo, which is
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought about that briefly. That's
But they're all
okay.
really close.
Yeah.
So that we don't really quibble with. It was the Abulia turn where you sort of seemed like you started to.
I just was
not
totally
necessarily panic.
befuddled by that. Yeah, what did I miss something way better here, or play it in
I
the
mean,
other?
the same word plays for 9 more points if you slot it down 3.
Oh, okay. Didn't think of that. Just didn't.
Oh shoot! Yeah, it
Didn't
doesn't
generate
yeah.
that.
Turns out it doesn't give me back the bingo.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Punished.
I was thinking I liked this play best, honestly, but that also
Yeah,
would have given Aurorian.
I shouldn't have discarded that so quick. It's so nice. Yeah. Bayou
is
also
another
nice.
decent option.
Yeah, that was probably just feeling some pressure there. Couldn't quite think clearly.
Both pretty low on the clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too bad.
I think the good thing about this is you might be likelier than Mac to hit this big spot.
Yeah, I probably have to play like
next
Ruin
to
for
the
20
A.
there or something if that happens.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Just
Who knows?
didn't generate that at all. I thought about Yod, but should have thought about it more. Just to put a nice Y with my BL. That's solid. And of course, I did nothing better on Yogin or anything.
So here,
Mock
no,
was
Yogin
the
looks
Mock
fine.
was the play. Corker. I almost did this, but I chickened out, sort of.
There are some other interesting options though. You could play MOC with Halutz.
Yeah, I thought about
Halutz.
Halutz. I thought about that.
Monk might be also pretty strong to save the C. You also,
True.
Josh pointed out that you set up ACKEE with an A draw.
Yeah, that's nice too. That's nice.
So really
Is
tough
MOC
position
crazy?
for 15 minutes.
Yeah,
no,
just
MOC.
MOC.
Be interesting.
Oh, there,
You mean
that's
here?
also interesting.
Nice.
Which one do you
Yeah,
Probably not good
I
enough.
felt like this was imprecise. A lot of moves were imprecise, so I'm not surprised to see it. So, yeah.
Desertic was crazy. Like I understand why you did that, Mac. You sacrificed a few points, but the board is a lot harder to work with long term. I think that was probably your reasoning with Desertic.
Exactly.
Over credits, but if you had played credits, Will, what would you have done?
Langrage through
Wait,
the R.
through-
Yeah.
Oh.
He had language, so that would
I
have
am a
been,
master of
I
language.
think
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that it's really close in terms of like how much you give back immediately in terms of bingo chances after credits and Desertic. Maybe even Desertic giving back slightly more. But in this particular case, you
It
definitely
just kills the top
had
left
eyes in the back of
so
your
nicely.
eyes in the back of your head.
Yeah, that was one thing we had noticed. That it does really just kill the top left.
Obviously, I was going to play directs and Halutz with the C before Will's was bingo.
Yeah.
but-
That's
Yeah, I mean, I'm also not up like that much after my bingo, and there are big scoring spots, so I didn't want to. I mean, 3 felt like it was reasonable to give up. I wouldn't have given up much more at that point, though.
Yeah. But yeah, crazy game. Really, really
What do you guys
interesting
think of
stuff.
Divert, by the way? I came very close to just like fishing there because the board was
Yeah.
pretty open.
I think the fish is
Yeah.
pretty strong. I
Yeah.
don't qualm with Divert. It is as good of a scoring play as you're gonna get, but just fishing with like something like Rod is still very strong.
Yeah, I was looking
now
at
that the board is
the-
way more open.
Yeah, I was looking at that or Rid or just even like dropping an R with Gore for 4. That hits a surprising amount on the bottom right.
Yeah,
Well, like 20 points is a lot. I was starting to feel a little pressure from Will too, who was mounting a comeback.
and that's the other
calling it my
thing.
lead.
The game is pretty much even now. So if you don't connect on the fish, you're probably going to be behind an
I
next
know
turn.
that was my worry, but I hit a lot, so I don't
Yeah.
know.
It's probably close. I
Yeah.
think I would have probably gone with Divert over the board if I was in that position, but I also don't fish as much as I probably should. So maybe there's an argument for it.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I spent relative to how much time I had left. I spent a long time, as you guys saw, and yeah, it was. Yeah, it's close for sure.
Cool. All right, Abulia.
Yeah.
That's tough. I just was not seeing that there. Okay. Well, let's see if I can get on the board with one win here before we wrap up. That's going to be my ambition. So I'm good. I don't think we need another break.
I'm
Let's
good
get
to go.
straight
I'm
back
good.
into
Every
it.
2, maybe. Yeah.
All right, cool. Let's
Alrighty.
mute this.
All right.
Cool. All right, let's reset everything. And we're going into round 4 of a potential 9. But 9 is looking somewhat unlikely at this point if you're Will Anderson. He needs to
Yeah.
bounce back here.
He's really got to get some points on the board. I mean, I guess as far as wins are concerned, he's been scoring pretty decently these games. That was not a slight, but
Yeah.
yeah,
And for those just joining, I mean, the quality of play has been very good. To say for that first game, there's a couple of word knowledge stuff,
yeah,
word knowledge things. But I mean, yeah, these guys are playing as well as one could expect in 15-minute clocks. Mack Meller up 3-0. You see next to his name those 3 stars. That designates what the score is. We have our sponsors here. We've got Evan Chester to help me call the games, and it's been awesome so far, Evan.
oh yeah. This has been a wonderful time. Very glad to be here with you, Josh, and I'm very glad to be here with all of you guys in the chat. Thank you guys so much for watching. We've got over 300 people tuned in right now. It's really great to see.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Um, does does Will have memberships enabled on his channels?
I don't know if Will, I don't think he has channel memberships available, but if you want to support Will, if you want to make streams like this possible for the future, like make sure if you have the money and you want to support, Will has a Patreon. He's got exclusive content there. I'm personally a patron of Will's, and I can attest that the extra content is really great to have. So if you want to support this endeavor of having some more of these match play streams out of Will's Scrabble dungeon, yeah, feel free to support if you have the means.
Yes, I agree with that. And Will, starting with an interesting rack here. I wanted to say we're both patrons of Will's, and it, I guess, stands to reason that if you're a patron of Will's, you might be featured on commentary in one of these series.
Hmm.
Will's going to go ahead with Mum. This is an interesting spot. You could have played Immune for 26, Linum for 20, but I think Immune is better than Linum, and Mum for
Yeah,
14. Just try to go for that early bingo. Um, this is a
yeah,
good choice by Will. You could have also played UMM. Uh, yeah, I might have gone with Immune, but I think in the circumstances that Will is in, he wants an early bingo and he wants to take the lead.
yeah. So we're gonna see Mac quickly respond with pivot, and does that block Bowline from coming down?
Not quite. It blocks.
Okay, it
It
blocks the
blocks.
it blocks the
Wait,
position with 3 underlaps, but
yeah,
yeah, Bowline is still going to play either above the first M and Mump or below it. So Will's still going to get the bingo down. It's going to opt to put the B underneath the triple letter score, which makes sense because there are less vowels that go above than below the B. Although
yeah. This
yeah, you are setting
this
up
looks
the
right.
X. Yeah, so it's
Setting up
worth,
the X. Yeah,
but up above it would set up the J. So it's sort of
mhm,
a wash in that regard.
yeah, yeah. And when it comes to, we were talking about power tiles. The J is a worse tile than the X. So if you're choosing between setting up an X or a J, if it's just an equal choice, you should set up the J, because the X. Actually, no, you should set up the X instead of the
Yes.
J, because the X is already a stronger tile. So it's an interesting decision here. But I think the biggest issue is if you play bowline on top, just plays from the B, or even like underlaps with the Y, for example, will hit really hard. So I think this is the right choice for Will.
Yep, I agree with that.
So, will we see a new word here? Matt could play abide, ABYED, through the B of bowline. He's probably going to think for a bit here, just given the fact that he probably wants to play as G, because the G is terrible.
Yeah, but it looks like a lot of his best options would retain it as far as scoring is concerned. If he wants to play as G, he'd have to sacrifice a decent bit of equity by playing either like Gaby or Jibed, which he has set up right now. But he can score 40 if he overlaps with AYE, or the aforementioned play of Abide scores 39. I think that is better. The GDP combination probably would like to separate that. I mean, you'd want to do that by getting rid of the G, but I don't think keeping all three of those is the call here.
Yeah, I think it's probably fine in terms of like raw equity. If you guys are just joining, you don't know what equity means. It is just the calculation of the points you're scoring plus the value of the tiles you're leaving behind. It's just a mathematical equation we use in Scrabble to sort of estimate values. So GABY on the surface is maybe a couple points of a sacrifice on equity. 30 points versus 39 is also significant, but the leave of DEIP is quite strong in comparison to just like GID, for example. You're going to be hitting bingos through the O and the T of pivot, through the L of bowline. And so I think I like this decision from Mack. It seems really close, though.
Yeah, it definitely does seem close. Playing Gaby does keep him a lot more bingo prone than it would have been after a play like Abide or AYE. But yeah, I think it's pretty close. The
So
points are nice to have.
Yeah, I think a pretty easy decision for Will here. I hope he doesn't take too long on this one. Just FOH, making OF and TO next to the OT of pivot looks pretty strong. You're setting up the T with OFT. You're setting up the N with FOHN. You're leaving stuff open, of course, which you don't necessarily want to do here. But yeah, I think
this
playing
looks
this
really
quickly
strong.
is right.
Hmm.
All right, so back to Mac, who has a playable bingo here. I wonder how long it's going to take him. I'm calling. I shouldn't do the commentator curse, but I'm calling that he's going to find this.
Yeah, I would expect him to find this. I did not know this word. I just looked it up. But yeah, very nice find. It's gonna add a good bit of volatility to this board. So it's gonna be pretty interesting how this game progresses after Mac presumably finds his one playable bingo.
Yeah, well, Will is just going to respond with octanol at the very least.
Oh,
So yeah, side slip is available for Mac. Looks like he's found it. It's his only bingo through the L. Very nice find.
yep.
Very elegant word. The S's are not where you would expect them to be. But yeah, this is only playable bingo, 74 points, and Will to respond with octanol, which will actually not fit next to the SIDE. I had to look for a bit
Yeah,
to
yeah.
double check, but it
No,
does fit where in the spot he set it up.
with
It's
phone,
anagram coolant, even better.
yeah. Yeah, so I think I would definitely opt for coolant here. Probably hooking phone. That triples the C if I have my vision correct. So that's going to be his highest scoring option. Coolants could also play with oft, but I don't think that you want to be sacrificing the points here. I think coolant with phone is the call to make here.
Yeah, so coolant, we're expecting coolant with phone. That's going to create quite the volatile board. We'll open a bunch of triples, a couple of triples. The side slips hook is going to stay there. Those are the first two S's, still two S to come. Wow, what a great draw from Mac. He's drawn one of those two remaining S's.
Yeah,
And so he's probably going to have good chances of equalizing, if not immediately, soon. But yeah, Will's going to
yeah,
take a little bit of time to look for any reason to maybe pass up the 77-point coolant. But I think it's not worth sacrificing, like you said.
yeah. I think you got to take the points here, and we still see Will has come to that conclusion. So the interesting question if you're Mac is, do you get a little bit greedy with your S? You don't have any high point tiles right now. So I wonder if you want to cash the S now with something more low scoring like Dons or Dens, or if you want to hold on to it because the S has a lot of value with coolants and mumps now both in play in addition to side slips.
Yeah, I think Mac's going to answer that question for you. He does have a playable bingo
Ooh,
of Donese.
right.
I probably didn't
That's
see it. My excuse is that Mac's letters are just not in alphabetical order. They're not right side up, but
yeah,
I'm sure
they're
he's already
Benji mode right
seen.
now.
sure he's already seen that he can do that. So
Yeah.
mumps or coolants. I think you probably just go with coolants. It's one more point, and it doesn't open as much as Donnie's, but then mumps is going to stay open for a while. So it's
Yeah.
interesting. It's a 1 point sacrifice to play with mumps. Max just not going to hesitate and take the points here. In this
Yeah.
time format, you shouldn't hesitate. I agree.
No, should not hesitate. And
So
yeah.
Will got 2 bingos in 4 turns, but Mac got 2 bingos in 2 turns. So unfortunately, the easy game that Will kind of needs here for his psychology is not happening immediately. He's going to have to
No.
work for his cookie here.
Yeah, I don't know if you can get an easy game against either of these players, in all fairness, but he's
You
gonna
can.
have to. Okay, fair enough. That's actually true. My first ever game with Will, I think I won by like 150, and it was not that difficult, but that was that's not the common occurrence. Oh, we
Yeah,
see
they
Mac.
will
Oh my
definitely
God.
fight. And what?
Gonna be an uphill battle for Will. Max just pulled into jars with side slips.
Oh, geez. Yeah, that's a lot of points.
That's a lot of points.
That's 62, I think.
Oh my God.
So, yeah, weird, awkward rack for Will Anderson. I guess someone called him the protagonist, given that this is his channel. This is his series. I guess we can call him the protagonist here. Tough situation. The Z is so powerful. That triple the next to the O in coolants is so large, just looming large, and it's just a really weird spot. Like, do you play the Z? Do you play through the O to block Mac from scoring there and keep the Z?
Yeah.
Keep the Z and play elsewhere. This is really weird. The
Yeah.
best way to block the triple would be to play tutored through the T, O, and E, but I can't really see him doing that.
Yeah, it just feels like you should have some, even though your rack's not balanced, it feels like you should have something strong with the Z in order to score, but you're really topping out at like putts for 30, and that you can't feel really good about making that play. So I think Wills might spend another like 30 seconds just a little bit disappointed in his options, and yeah, I'm not sure what I would go with in this position. It seems pretty hard. Set up
Yeah, I wonder. He's
the
looking at playing
KR.
core.
Yeah, core.
KOR. I mean, that's a way to block the triple. Like I said, that's a huge spot. There's only one S left. Will doesn't expect Mac to have that final S for side slips. So that O definitely the huge spot on the board. So this makes sense. It balances, gets rid of the duplicate R. You will have putts to play next turn. They'll have options like dits as
Yeah.
well through the eye of side slip. So this is probably just an instance where you want to be a little bit patient. So I like this idea for Will.
Yeah, yeah. It might be tempting to leave that spot open though, because if you draw an I or an A, you'll be able to get a lot of value out of the K underneath with either playing a word like Kier or Kot, K-A-T, which regardless, depending on what you save with you're playing off your Z on this board. And I don't necessarily think the Z has the most potential here. There's not really any super strong spot for it. So I might be tempted to make a play like putts or Ritz just to shed the Z and potentially have that upside of cashing in my K underneath coolants later.
Yeah, a lot to think about for Will. Not a lot of time to think about it. He's already taken 3 minutes on this turn after his opening moves were pretty simple. So he's not getting any help from the clock or the draws that
Yeah.
he's getting. So he's looking at Trod now. I think he really wants to dial in and block that triple, make it harder for Mac to make any odd move. But he's got to make a move soon. Now it's
Yeah,
been
yeah.
4 minutes. You can't take 4 minutes.
You think there's any merit to kudzu other than just saying that I got to play a cool word?
I don't even know where that fits.
You and Mump. It's like 25. It's not that strong, but
Bowline
it's
takes
cool.
a D. What? Okay.
Does it?
Oh no, okay, it's kudzu
No.
to the U. Yeah.
Yeah, kudzu to the U. Yeah. Okay. No,
Okay. Yeah,
no.
this looks good, Trod, I think. Um, I don't know. This is really tough to choose here. We'll see what Will draws. He might draw two E's for G's for 60. That'd be nice. But yeah, 62 for Mac, and wow, this is rough.
Yeah, very rough. Although Will's going to be able to at least play Juke, Jouk, down to the triple, get a pretty solid score, and hopefully catch the Z next turn. Could also play Jury, which is probably a bit better to save a vowel.
Yeah, it's between Jury and Jokey. Jokey
Oh,
keeps
right.
RRUZ, but scores 12 more than Jury.
I just think
Simulation is preferring the 12 points, but the leave is so bad.
the leave is so bad. Yeah, I can definitely see why he opted for Jury. I think what's more important is that Will made.
Oh, sorry, I understand. Um, in either case, you're gunning for an I to play Ritz. Sorry, let me just turn the board over. He's
Yeah.
played Jury.
Oh, I see. I see where that fits. Oh, that's so
That's
nice.
That's crazy. So yeah, the reason that this leave is okay is if you draw an I, look at this spot. RITZ is going to fit there for 60, and that's probably not going away. Will has
Yeah.
not drawn an I, though. This is crazy.
But yeah,
Wow.
look at what Mac has. He's got 6 vowels and an N. It's really
Yeah.
got probably some pretty poor choices. Does
Yeah,
seem like
rough
this
one
is
for
worth
Mac.
playing through.
Definitely worth playing through, but this is exactly what Will needs. He needs Mac to slow the hell down. Like he's had a response for everything so far, but dust is settling a little bit. Probably Paua from the P and side slips looks like the play for Mac. Just keep that lone consonant, score a few points, get rid of 3 vowels. That's
Yeah.
what I would do here.
Yeah, I think POW is better than something like Idea, which would score a bit more, but POW does better at just retaining the the E, and there's also Uriah available, and that's what Mac's
Yeah,
gonna go
this
with. Just
He's going for this, I think, because there are lots of E's left, and not that many A's left. I think it's close between these two. This is more Max style, playing one more extra tile, trying to go for one of those blanks that are both still unseen. So let's see if that works out in his favor here. Also scores a little bit better than Paua. So over to Will with ACKORUZ, and he probably has to get rid of a Z now.
yeah, I think so as well. He's gonna play Zook, which makes a lot of sense. This is 42. I don't think you can keep the upside of Ritz anymore. Maybe a consideration to playing the K in that spot, but no, this seems very straightforward. CAR is a wonderful leave, and this definitely gives Will the best shot at bingoing.
Yeah, this looks right. Max draw not so well here, but is he gonna bite the bullet? This is a very interesting spot. This is such a not a human play to make, but just phase through the Z for 32, keeps as well as he can, and scores 32 in the process. But I think Max gonna make a smarter decision here. He could just play Faena, Faena, which doesn't open that humongous triple like FaZe would.
Yeah, no, Faina looks very nice here.
Max looking at
Just
Feta, so that's, I think, markedly worse than Faena, but I think he's found the right spot to play.
yeah. Oh, he's got Faina set up on his rack now.
Yeah,
Well
this
spotted.
was, this was nice, but actually, considering what's unseen, 13 vowels, 20 consonants, maybe Feta is fine. Simulation's actually preferring Feta. It's 2 fewer points, but the leave is more balanced. But yeah, phase is actually the preferred play according to the engine. I think
Okay. I think
what's
that's
crazy about this position is just like the blanks are going to be important. Scoring spot is not going to be important.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think I also like Mac's decision to play five here instead of four. Just go a little bit harder for the blanks. The turnover for blanks becomes a lot more important the later you get in the game. So I think that that is a very strong decision. Although I didn't draw one here. Over
Yeah,
to
those
Will,
blanks coming
who's got,
out pretty late.
and yeah, I was gonna say over to Will, who's got very good bingo tiles, aside from that duplicate eye, which is really playing spoiler to his rack on this turn. What options are there to really address the duplicate eye issue?
Yeah, so he has found TTU in that same spot. This
Hmm.
probably proves to me that he was thinking about the Ritz possibility earlier on, because he spotted this really cool insertion play. I like this decision by Will. He could keep a little bit nicer with Tiz for 24 to that Z, but again, you said going for those blanks, scoring a little bit extra, um, or scoring the same, but going for the blanks, playing three instead of two looks pretty
Yeah.
good here for Will.
I mean, although if you're Mac, blanks aren't necessary for bingos. It's got aerated. It's playing it almost immediately.
And this
And
is really rough. You know the feeling when there are two blanks looming and your opponent plays a natural bingo.
yeah.
This is this is rough. This is so rough for Will because now the board is so constricted. Blanks are still out. He's down
Yeah.
80 points. I don't see him coming back here.
Yeah, especially because what is by far the most potent bingo line is the end column, which with no S's unseen, you need a blank in order to bingo there. Will does not have one. So, oh,
Oh, but that draw for Mac definitely giving Will some chances. The Q with a
yeah.
bunch of constants. So if there ever a chance of an unlikely comeback, it would be here. Will can play Areg if he wants it for 32 in this spot. Problem with that is it sort of constricts these floaters and aerated. But I mean, he needs some really good draw here, and he needs Mac to have a really
Yeah.
bad one, no matter what he does.
Yeah, so it's very interesting what I think what's more likely than not, especially if Mac doesn't have a blank, is that he's gonna make some sort of play that obstructs those some eights anyways. Like if he can play on the left side, on the right side of aerated, try to block all the space at once, then I think he's gonna do that if possible. So I think a play like a reg inhibiting those lines a little bit is probably fine here. Just
Yeah, I agree that Mac's target after no matter what pretty much Will does is to try to block those floaters and maybe even try to block the EDS lane as best he can. So we're probably just going to see Cot here for 24 through the A and aerated, but will that be enough if Will manages to draw a bingo now?
yeah, it's gonna be close.
Maybe Nikab actually is
Oh,
significantly
right.
better.
Yeah, you want to play off some extra tiles, get some extra points on the table. And yeah, just the extra shot at the blanks is going to matter a lot. As we see
Yeah.
one on Will's rack, still one more to be drawn.
Does he have anything playable through that A or R of aerated or to the M? Ugh, I'm not sure he's drawn what he needed here.
Yeah,
Um, but yeah, Nikab looks clear for Mack Meller. There's 7 tiles in the bag. I guess the biggest issue with Nikab is actually that it sets up an X spot, but I think Mac can deal with that. And if it gets used, it's not opening any more space for
mm,
Will, so he'll be able to play more defense. So I think that X spot is actually a red herring. Max should just go with Nikab.
yeah. Pointed out in chat, Will has a bingo through the E that will get blocked. Colleger. It's a very nice find from chat. But yeah, that's
Yeah,
not going to stay open after Mac dumps his Q. And it's going to be up to Will to find some other way to get himself back into the game. He's going to need to set up some sort of line for himself, likely trying to set up the triple line in a way that Mac's not going to be able to address properly. But It's going to be a very uphill battle.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what Will can do after Niqab that makes any ounce of sense. Um, maybe a 2-tile play through the eye, or I mean, this is rough. It's really
Yeah.
rough because now Will's got that X to worry about.
Hmm.
There's no playable bingo here. Does Will outrun the X if he plays like cuz in the top left?
I
Um,
feel like the answer is very likely no.
yeah, he's down 80. Cuz will put him down 52 if Mac plays for uh,
Yeah. Like,
45, 54, 104. Actually, bingo through the R might do it. But yeah, no time to calculate all this. Will's down to 2.5 minutes. He doesn't have a playable
yeah.
bingo. I think the practical solution to this problem is to play something through the eye of Niqab and like maybe try to draw a hook. Maybe play like rig. And you try to draw something with the trig, and then you threaten stuff through the A of air rated or somewhere
Hmm.
else on the board. But this
Yeah,
is
maybe
ridiculously
something.
tough.
Yeah, maybe something with some overlaps, or if you draw the second blank, two S's. But yeah, you're restricted to very marginal lines at this point. It's gonna be really hard to fit something down. Although it's gonna be interesting if Will plays through the eye, because obviously it's in Mac's best interest to burn his blank should the spot stay open. There's no question in my mind that he will do that. But if the eye gets played through with a play like Rig, I really am curious to see how Mac is going to respond to that.
Yeah, rig. I mean, what else is there? Like oil.
Yeah,
It's
but
just
that keeps
these
CG
plays
on
are
your rack.
so weird. You
Yeah,
basically need the second blank to be in the bag, I think.
yeah,
Uh, Even the X. Yeah, this is. I mean, Mac does have the second blank now, but he doesn't have any vowels to go with it, so there could be some craziness in this position. I feel like this is a
yeah,
position we could analyze, Evan, for hours and hours. There's just
yeah,
so much to think about, and for Will Anderson, he's going to try to play within 45 seconds. I mean, he's got to go. The score is such
yeah.
that if he goes overtime, even if he hits what he needs, he might just lose.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you could definitely consider making a play like dog or dock to set up your blank as an S on the triple. I think that's another reasonable way to create a new line for yourself.
Yeah,
But
edge being mentioned in the chat from the ED looks reasonable as well to set up a new lane.
yeah.
Um, but I feel like you just play to that E and everything is gone.
Hmm. All right, we're gonna
So
see
oil is
oil.
what's coming down. This is this sort of play that you look at, you're like, what in the world is this? It's very specific to the score, to what's unseen to Will, and how many tiles are left. Very weird move, but makes sense when you think about blocking the X and trying to draw bingo in 2 spots. So, from Mac's perspective now, he has 3 minutes to decipher this crazy complicated position. Luckily for him, he doesn't have many plays that he can consider with the tiles he has. There's one tile in the bag. There's certainly bingos like generic that fit hooking oil. Something like anything through the A, I guess, is what he has to
I
decide.
I don't know if there's anything with the A if one of Will's E's was replaced with an I, but I did look up if he has anything, and the answer is no. Will does not have any bingos. The only A with an A is creepage, which does not
Saw that.
fit.
Yeah.
So yeah, regardless of what Mac does, there's gonna be no bingo for Will, even if he leaves oil open, which he certainly won't because of the threat of generic. But yeah, this is going to be Mac's game. We're going to be taking this series to 4-0.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, this position was just completely brain breaking. You might see a video about it made in the future. So Vex coming down, that probably outruns bingos through the A anyway. So yeah, maybe oil wasn't the right choice. I mean, probably not. The position was so ridiculously
Yeah.
complicated.
I mean,
But yeah.
even if Will had played something like Rig instead, he's met with the exact same play up top Vext would have played hooking Trig. So it's really difficult to imagine what else Will could have done. But maybe there's something creative we didn't consider.
Certainly is. Like, I guess, yeah, something like Edge would potentially lead to a 9 through the N and the M and a
Yeah,
decob and the M of Mump. It's just that the space was so constricted.
yeah,
I mean, I guess my mind was drawn to playing on the bottom right. I just don't really see a way Will could have done
yeah,
that.
yeah. Again, I
Maybe
don't really.
Toter for 5. Ugh.
Yeah, but it just feels like if you're gonna try and set up a lane, you want to be doing that by playing off one of the C and the G. Like I think Dog or Doc is probably a bit stronger, just because the R is so helpful as a bingo tile. But again, it's all for naught in this situation.
Yeah, wow. Tough, really tough for Will here. He fought really well this time. I like his decisions, just being really patient um, after all those bingos came down. But yeah, it just did not work out for him. Blank came too late with not enough firepower, and aerated just such a tough play to see, such a tough play to face in that position. So it's going to be 4-0 for Mack Meller. I don't think anybody expected this. I'm sure people will say, "Oh yeah, I expected this," but they're
Mhm.
just blowing smoke out of you know what. But yeah, we might see someone say reverse sweep incoming. Yeah, we might see that.
If
Will's
we
gonna
see the
play
reverse
Grace.
sweep, that
So
would
Will and
be quite.
Grace on the board. Those of you that are my generation or older maybe know what I'm talking about.
It's a TV show, right?
Wow, that's good knowledge, Evan.
I I know this because when you search up Will Anderson on YouTube, Will and Grace comes up in the results beforehand.
All right, so a final score of 500 to 390 after time penalty for Mack Meller. Wow, what a crazy game. Oh, Max thinking of side ship. Yeah, that's not a word. On the bright side, Will still has a better record than the New York Jets.
Uh, for those who aren't aware, Will is a New York Jets fan, so I don't know if there's any amount of trauma you could put him through that he isn't mentally prepared for. Just as a Jets fan, it really doesn't get much worse. Maybe Buffalo Sabres fans, but brutal.
Wow. All right. We're going to get them to talk about this game.
Hmm.
And I don't know. We need some energy for Will in the chat before he
Yeah.
comes to the computer. Let's
Better.
yeah, let's give him some love. They can't help themselves from post-morteming before we can hear them talk.
Yeah, right. They just can't help themselves.
Oh, we can hear. I guess we should just be translating, talking about the
Yeah.
trod position, talking about yeah, Will talking about the Ritz thing. He's gonna talk about it again.
Hmm.
All right, we could unmute our microphones.
All right,
and turn this back on.
man.
All right, we can hear you now.
Crazy game, guys.
Yeah, that was a
Well played.
pretty back and forth one.
All right,
I
I'm
just
sure
want to-
Trod is one of the crazier plays I've ever made in my life.
Yeah, so
I want to just mention a comment by Muffin Tentacle. Will, if you don't see it, it's a little bit further up in the chat.
Okay.
On the bright side, Will still has a better record than the New York Jets.
True. That's true.
Yeah. There's also a mention that you'd still be a better quarterback than Justin Fields.
That's true.
Do
I
it.
could just
Yeah.
sort of fall down. I probably would do better. So, hey, it's okay. I mean, I've earned it. I should have challenged Tileless, and I should have found the better Abulia. And you know, I'm sure there were things I could have done different, and Mack's too good to do that against. So, this move was insane. I just don't know what to do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it's awesome.
it's a really
It took
tough
me a couple
position.
moves to figure out what was going on. So nicely done, Will.
I mean, does this even sim well? Like,
You also
I
have
don't think
Lux.
we included this in the small sim that we did, but yeah, especially seeing the upside of the eye
no,
draw.
stay up there.
That's still.
Please stay up there. Go.
It's
go.
a good play. Will, it's a
It's-
very
yeah.
good play.
You hit Lux with an L
And
too on the right.
I
The
know.
reason
Yeah.
I know.
the reason
I hit all
that
kinds
I figured
of stuff.
out sorry. The reason I figured out what
Yes!
was going
Oh,
on
I'll take it. No, stop the sim. Why didn't you stop it? Stop it now. Stop it now. Stop it now.
Stop the count.
Yes.
There we go.
I didn't put core in, by the way. I
Do
think
not
core
run
was-
again. Yeah, I thought about core, but I just thought that using an extra tile is important. I need to draw one of my tiles that actually let me
Yeah,
connect on the Z spot.
Zook out too. I mean. It's,
Yeah. So I really want to draw an I or an S, or there's all kinds of things that I want to draw. And playing core, even though it's a few more points, it gives me one fewer crack at all of those things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the K leaves you Zook out too. I mean. I think it's a good play.
That's so. I can die happy because of that. And Nucleinic, I can get swept and I'll be okay.
Yeah.
I can live with that because
Although
that's a
it's-
weird frigging play to make. But
Yeah.
I'm just happy.
It's interesting whether or not there's any upside to leaving that bottom open,
Sure.
right?
Yeah, definitely.
Because I mean, you have the K to go underneath.
The thing
and
is, even
Mack
with
might
the
have something there.
upside, it's true that there is a ton of upside there, but it's so much easier for Mac to use than the other spots, technically.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
Will,
it's a weird play.
It was a really, really awesome, well thought play, especially for 15 minutes. And I agree.
Well,
you
I
should be proud of
spent
yourself.
like 8 minutes on it, so
I thought he had like when he was thinking that long,
blank.
I thought he had like both blanks and he was about to make some
Yeah.
weird play with a blank on the bottom for 40, saving the other blank. Given I figured he had like 5 consonants and 2 blanks and couldn't bingo. I was gonna see like H blank W for like 45 there. That's what I was expecting after him thinking
Yeah.
for 6 minutes, hemming and hawing.
yeah. And I if I had Mac guess my leave on that play, when would he have guessed ZUKR? After trot. All right, what else you guys got from this
So-
one?
I guess what I'd like to mention is the reason that we in the commentary booth figured out this idea of Ritz was this play of Jury, which compared to Jokey, which normally would probably not be better, even though it's 12 more points, it pales in comparison because of the same reason that you're just gunning for that eye, and whatever happens, that is your biggest upside. And so scoring the 12 points now, just that's what you're going for. And so probably Jokey would have been the play there because
Okay.
once you hit Ritz, I mean,
Fair enough,
really
yeah,
difference
I
is
mean-
a
you
big
hit Missy,
deal.
you have outs like Zek and stuff on the top with like ZK.
Yeah.
There's a lot of E's. I'm not sure I'm convinced.
Yeah,
I thought about it.
Hard to
I
be
thought about it.
convinced. It's hard to be convinced.
It's a lot of points to give up, but the leave is certainly clunkier when I fail to connect. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
there's probably
definitely
some
close.
other stuff.
it's
that
probably
you're
close,
drawing.
right? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understood. Makes sense.
Yeah, and then I think most of the other turns were pretty fine up until
Yeah,
but
this
Will
one
is
just
so
broke
hard.
my brain because I feel like he has the X so often after Niqab. Maybe there's other ways to no X. He drew it.
WHT.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like, I don't know. As long as I I thought about what I think about here. Edge, toter,
Maybe like dog and go and hope the X is
dog
in the
and
bag.
go.
Yeah,
I thought
hope the X
about
is in the
dog. I
bag.
thought about dog and go. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, so what I would have to do here is the X is in the bag and I dodge it, right? Like
Right.
play something, draw it, and then I out bingo on you somehow on this board.
Or maybe even an X bingo.
Yeah, true. I thought I should have done that.
well-
I should have done that. I just had no time left after
Is there an X
stupid
bingo?
trod.
I mean,
I don't know if he draws X blank. I don't know if he bingos with that though. Does he?
Maybe not.
So let's look
Re
at.
Excel is not a word.
Sorry. So.
oh yeah, there's no 7 there.
Oops.
Well, given what
Yeah,
I have,
you
I
need-
would just have played Vex and Outran, obviously.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
very tough.
So
yeah, I just
I guess
it's
we
so
need to
tough
look at
to.
these lines. It's just crazy.
The friggin' X is just
Like-
beating me so often. I know I'm not. The interesting thing about oil is that if T blank is in the bag, there are no hooks.
Yeah, this is crazy that this doesn't even work. Like,
Yeah.
it's. I was wondering if you're getting outrun by X's, and I thought you weren't. For some
Yeah,
reason.
no, that was part of why I
But-
like Nikab, even though I didn't have the X. I feel like that's got to be. I mean, what else am I gonna do? Play like COD or
Yeah.
TI? I think I have to do it.
Yeah, no, if Will plays the X himself, then you can just block
Just
the
block
floaters
with
and
what?
aerated.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
and you're fine.
exactly.
And if you draw the X, then you can outrun any bingo that he has.
That-
so
that was my
Nikab is
plan.
very strong.
Yeah, that was my plan.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah, super brutal. Super brutal.
I mean, like, what else
Yeah.
do you do here? I mean,
I just melted down. Just it's so annoying.
Arc. How about Arc?
I wanna ask you, Mac, if you had to guess what play the engine prefers here, what would it be?
Over Fena?
Yeah.
Phase. That would be a little insane, but
Yep.
Yeah.
you just bingo. You just bingo. So much more often. I mean, this is crazy.
There's
This
no
looks
universe in which I play that.
this looks so
Absolutely not.
insane.
No, you played Fena, which is very sensible with
mean,
two
there's-
blanks unseen
there's-
at this juncture.
Yeah, and there's four. It was B, H, W.
There's plenty of high
no,
pointers.
absolutely.
Yeah, it's
How about guys? How
Yeah.
about Arc here, or from the A and aerated? Oh, there's
Oh.
an H. There's an H though. Never mind. I didn't
Well,
see
it
the
still
H.
could be
Yeah,
worth
it's
it.
yeah,
Arc
maybe.
is a good idea. On
Yeah.
go. So
I mean, maybe.
Which-
But then you gotta hope the H and the blank are both in the back.
thanks everybody. I'm trying my best. Mac's very good. I'm
Yeah,
trying
it's
hard.
still not over.
Yeah, it's pretty close to over, but I just want to try to win at least one.
How about Doc?
So-
DOC maybe?
That's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
that's pretty good.
look,
so it was mentioned
you
in
can't
chat,
play one. I'm pretty sure you can't play one.
Oh, because then I just drop one back. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was mentioned in chat at a point that if Mac were to sweep the series 5-0, that maybe you guys could do a best of 3 burrito series afterwards.
Or Blitz or something. I don't know.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. Let's see what happens in this next game. Thanks
Yeah, this
everybody.
was the other thought, I guess.
The
was-
content gods
Yeah.
need to help me out.
I need to
Yeah,
stop
yeah.
drawing bingos after I bingo. That's what.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely have made mistakes, but I don't feel
No,
like I'm
nothing.
playing
You
horrible
haven't
or anything. So
You've maybe made like one mistake per game
yeah,
at most, and it's just when you're playing against someone as skilled as Mac, who's gonna average maybe like
less than a half
0.5
of a
mistakes
mistake per game. Yeah.
It's like it's gonna add up. But no, these games have both been like very closely drawn. There's not
Yeah.
been a blowout.
Yeah,
We've
for sure.
Been entertained. The chat's been entertained the whole time. You
Good.
guys are
That's
playing
what
great.
matters. That's what we want.
Yeah.
So cool. All right, shall we see if I can keep this going a little longer?
I could use a bathroom break if you guys.
Okay,
wanna
yeah,
take
let's
a
take
short break.
take 5. We'll come back in 5 and play game 5 in just a minute. Thanks
All right.
everybody. Okay.
Hello.
We're back.
Hello.
We back.
I'm
We're
going
back.
to the table. See you guys.
See you.
All right. Have to see if the board is facing the right direction. All right. Here it is. This might be the final game. Hopefully not.
Yeah.
Of the
I
best of
hope,
9.
if there's a lopsided game drawing wise in terms of will, I don't think I'll complain at this point, just because that gives us more Scrabble, and the more Scrabble, the better. But I would, yeah, rooting for Will just for the sake of more games. But this has been a good series. All 4 games have been fairly close so far. And I'm definitely excited to see how these guys are going to handle the next game.
Indeed. I guess if this is a super lopsided game in Mac's favor, I might just go back to my piano and start playing the cat cam music that we unfortunately didn't have the pleasure of being able to hear
Yeah.
from our point of view.
Yeah, I would like to hear that.
Bringing us back to 2020, 2021.
Hmm.
That's when Will's cat cam was in full swing. I think I have to do this and then do this. Let's see if this is going to work. This might be facing the wrong direction. Might have to restart things again. Yes. Okay. I have to figure out what I'm doing here. I haven't mastered the board flipping.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're hoping for a Will win here, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's what we're hoping for. We came here for a best of 9. We want around the average of a best of 9. Preferably
Okay.
9. It seems a little bit unlikely, but here we go. Mac, to start off this game. Lot of 1-pointers. I believe no bingo here, but
Loylier, yeah.
yeah. Think Oilier is probably worth playing relative to an exchange.
Yeah, I think so. That or Lilo that Mac has set up. Lilo's very defensive.
Yeah.
Very defensive. The L's are hard to overlap. ERI is pretty strong. So
Yeah,
I kind
yeah.
of like Lilo here.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Oilier also gives back a fair few hooks that Mac would not be retaining, obviously, otherwise he would be bingoing. Actually, no, just the
One hook,
R.
right?
Yeah, just the R, right. But still, maybe better to not set that up.
We don't have
Looks
Will's
like we have a
last
bit of,
pile. Maybe I should disturb
yeah,
Mac. Maybe that gives Will the best chance.
yeah.
Yeah, let me see. Will rack put tiles down. All right. We're gonna have a
Yeah.
small little
Small little break to
break.
get this adjusted. Yeah.
Okay, we
There we
figured it
go.
out.
They figured it
Sorry
out.
about that, guys.
Yeah.
Just gotta fix Will's rack again. There we go.
There we go. Oh, another
Right.
E.
Okay. I can adjust everything here. There we go. So Whoopi, yeah, still looks like the right play.
Yeah, it still looks like a very solid option. Just putting the W on the triple letter score. I really don't see what other direction to take with this sort of rack. I mean, do you
All
see
right.
anything else?
Sorry about that,
Yep.
as we say on YouTube. So yeah, Whoopi looks very good. Mac setting up. I didn't know Mac knew Pokemon. Maybe
Yeah.
he only knows it because we've mentioned so often
Yeah.
that that EV is the word in Pokemon land. So Whoopi coming down, by far the best play for Will. Love to see it. And Mac to respond. Maybe you play Reeve. Any hooks you can think of for that, Evan?
Reeve. Oh, I am not thinking of it, but that doesn't mean there isn't one that exists.
Yeah, I don't think there are any, but
Okay.
that looks pretty strong. I guess you could also play with wow, what? The value of EE is better than EI? I've never seen that before.
That might be Quackle equity being old, because Quackle doesn't have the most up-to-date leave values. Let me look this up right now.
It doesn't make sense. I'm pretty sure old Quackle would have said.
Yeah, EI is better than EE with Magpie
Well, I know
equity.
it's better than EE.
Oh, okay.
I'm surprised that yeah, I
Okay.
guess the other option would be V in the same spot.
Yeah,
Way more defensive.
I
Maybe that's
think I
better.
like V better. I think that's definitely what I would opt for in this position, as opposed to Reeve, just because those floating E's, I mean, obviously we'll maybe signaled vowels with Whoopi, but having that extra E's to work with as well as the R just feels like it's giving back a little bit too much, as well as the bingo line under the WE. But this board seems like it's going to be wide open for a while. So,
Yeah, maybe. Um, so
looks
we have a nice what do you call it? How would you call this? Just
a
unexpected guest.
Oh yeah,
Something really
cameo from
um,
Will's wife.
cameo. Thank you.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. She was asking what the score was. You guys couldn't hear it. Will was like 4-0 Mac. She's like, woo!
Yeah.
Great.
All right.
So yeah, what I was gonna say
Is there a
was
double
that
double here?
the misfeed
Okay.
defines is also double double, but
No,
not as good.
misfeed. Better. Yeah.
So yeah, this is great find, great recognition by Will. I don't know if I would have seen this.
Yeah, no. I don't think I would have seen this. I don't think I would have known that was even a word in the first place. I probably would have just settled on something like fend under Reeve, but no, this is a wonderful play.
Yeah, just the play of Reeve is really interesting. And people were mentioning just playing off EEVE. You could have played Peeve or Levy from the Ellen Lilo, but those were way too dangerous. I
Yeah.
think the two plays we were considering were VE and Reeve. So someone asking, what does courtesy draw permitted mean under the clocks? That means that if a play is being put on hold and someone is considering challenging but hasn't decided yet whether they want to challenge, you are allowed to draw tiles after 15 seconds, as long as you keep them separate from the tiles on your rack, just in case the play is challenged and the word comes off the board. Then you'll know what tiles were drawn and those go back in the bag. So the courtesy draw is when you decide you're going to draw your tiles, even though your opponent is considering challenging your play.
Yeah. All right, so looking over at what Mac has, he actually had a bingo through the L that just got blocked of celerity. And it doesn't look like he has anything else. Otherwise, I feel like it would have hit the board. So, what options is Mac dealing with? I saw fiery from the F. Looks pretty strong.
Yeah, I'm wondering why the score hasn't updated. I apologize for that, everybody. I'm going to try and do this again. Yeah, it's a tough position for Mac for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, fiery scores. One sec. My math is not automatic yet. Scores 39, I believe. Just playing to the triple. Generally, putting the Y in that spot is a bit dangerous just because a lot of high scoring bingos could play there, but that's not what we're going to see. Instead, we're going to see a bingo through the M, I believe, from Will.
Yeah. I think we're going to have to potentially stop the game if this keeps up. Apologies for the scores not getting updated for that widget not working at the moment. I guess, yeah, we'll wait just a minute or two.
But yeah,
See if something changes.
but as far
But
as
yeah,
the
username coming down.
score
Go
right
ahead.
now is 143 for Will, 65 for Mac, and we're gonna see what Mac's gonna be able to do with this J. He's got juice set up. That seems very solid, playing to the second E of username. Keep ENT, which is a really strong bingo lane with a lot of open space. There's still the floaters in Reeve. There's the floaters in Fiery to work with. Juice will be opening up an eye that will likely stay open. So I like this play a lot. I think it's pretty straightforward. Good on Mac for playing it fast.
Yeah, juice looks definitely correct. Bring back to 109.
Ah,
Yeah, but we'll see if we can fix the problem.
yeah.
Sorry about the scores not working.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. We'll get the scores updated soon for you guys.
Yeah.
Working with a lot of technology. But yeah, if you're
Hello.
just joining, we are
We're fixing it.
Oh, hi. Okay, sorry about that. If you're just joining, this is round 5 of 9 of this
Board flipper is
amazing
fine, seemingly.
YouTuber.
Yeah, the board flipper's working.
Was it?
I
I
think.
don't think it was.
Oh, was it that not flipper?
I think
thought
nothing
it
was working. I think nothing was working.
Okay.
I don't think the board has flipped since after
Can
read.
Will hear us right now, or?
He could for a second, I think. Maybe he couldn't. No.
Okay.
But yeah. So, what was I saying? This is round 5 of 9. We're just doing some
It's
technical
the score script.
technical stuff.
Okay, try again.
All right, let's see if this works now. Let's see. Crossing my fingers. Still nothing.
No? It's not working?
Huh. Don't know why. Yeah, worst case we'll announce the scores, but I could also update them annually potentially.
Yeah, it's not as good. Wait, why is that happening? Hold on. Let me just see. Oh. Live game. Why does
Yeah, it says it's live. It says it should be updating.
Wander 15 streams. Why do I see the last date modified is from way long ago? I'm not sure how that's possible. Hold on, let me see this. No.
Yeah, Will, so it's your turn, so you could just like open it on your end to see what it
Yeah,
what it reads.
it
Probably
looks
just
it
reads.
looks right. So it's definitely, I'm not 100% sure why it's doing that. Hold on. This looks like it should be good. Under 15 streams. I'm really confused. Yeah, it has to do. It's weird because it has to do with the date modified of livegame.gcg being. It suddenly went back to a way earlier time. That's why that's happening. I almost want to. Can we just delete it from Dropbox and then save it again? Can you like resave again?
Yeah.
What do you mean delete it from Dropbox?
So
I think it means delete the GCG file.
yeah, give me a sec.
resave it.
Give me a sec. Let me try this. Posting it to the desktop. I'm going to delete it. It's going to say that it's deleting. Maybe from everyone. And now I'm going to put it back. Yeah, what the fuck? The date modified is still off. This is really odd.
Yeah, this doesn't resemble anything that has happened before. I guess I was concerned earlier about how
let me try
I only
this.
had access to the
let me try this.
File.
You can create file from scratch. Or...
Yeah. Let me try this. Oh, it's back. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna change the name of this to game5.gcg. Yeah, this is the weirdest thing. When I do, it's like something's wrong with my Dropbox. When I do that, it's not.
Yeah. Nit's in chat saying to maybe try restarting Dropbox.
Yeah, let's do that.
Both of us?
No, I'm the one with the problem, I think.
So weird.
Yeah, this is really weird.
Let's try again. Thanks for your patience, everybody. I'm glad we've been mostly free of snafus, or serious ones anyway.
Yeah, it's other than like the rack cams being slightly needing adjustments. I mean, things have been running really smoothly so far.
I'm very pleased by that. All right, I'm loading Dropbox back again. Let's see what happens.
Imagine playing a series against potentially the best Scrabble player in North America and having to simultaneously produce a live stream.
But I'm not really producing issues. Thanks to you guys, so that's...
Everybody that likes the content Will puts out, please strongly consider, or actually not strongly consider, I'm forcing you to click the like button. Forcing you to click the subscribe button unless your religion prevents you from taking such decisions. And if you can, feel free to support Will on Patreon. He does this all for the love of our game and for you guys. So thank you so much, Will.
Yeah, it's just, thank you. I appreciate that. It's so weird. It's like the Dropbox is all of a sudden, the date modified is not changing when I edit the file. It's very, very odd. Let me just see what happens if I like open a new Quackle file and save it. Save new game. Save as.
AWS issue. Oh, there's another AWS issue. Nice.
Is that possible? Could that possibly be related somehow? Oh, okay. Livegame.gcg now has the correct date modified when I added it. So do you have yours open, Josh?
Yeah, so what do you want me to do?
Just go to Quackle game, save as, and overwrite livegame.gcg on Dropbox now.
Okay.
Yeah, it... Oh, no, it didn't. It just let me know when you've done it. It didn't do anything bad yet.
Yeah, it's back to making me think that it's syncing, but
it's not.
Who knows?
All right. I mean, what you can do is go to score.txt and just try to update that manually. Here, hold on. Let me just see what happens.
What if you delete the file and then I redo it?
So I'll delete livegame.gcg and then you... Okay.
Yeah.
And then you re-add it. Maybe you should restart your Dropbox too, Josh, just to try.
Before I do that? Okay, hold on. I love Windows. How many instances of Dropbox do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm just gonna go watch my end. I noticed Zoe cut me a tiny bit here.
Oh yeah, she'll do that. All right.
I'll be back in 30 seconds.
5.
Zoe
Oh,
cut
there it
Mac. That's my girl. Just kidding.
I found the Zoe the knife. I found the main instance of Dropbox. Now I'm gonna reopen it. Nice. All right, please hold. Should I play some hold music on the piano? But I have to like make it as fuzzy as possible, right? Because have you guys seen the information about why hold music is getting worse and worse?
No, it's
No.
not like in
It says it
shitification.
already exists. Why does it say it already exists? But, okay.
It says livegame.gcg already exists.
Yep. Sad.
I don't see it there.
Oh, I might have to. I think it might have taken too long. Oh,
There we go. That looks good, and it has a good date modified. So now maybe
yet no update.
yeah, I think because it needs to change while it's in the directory. So maybe go to it and just change whoever's rack on turn it is real quick and save that. And then change it back to the real one.
Save it to something else and then save it to
Yeah,
the
just save the rack to 7 eyes or whatever, something else. Oh, wait. Wait, where's my PowerShell? Oh, I know why. Hold on. Now it should be good. Wait.
Okay. I'm waiting.
Okay, now do what I just said.
Okay, change the rack and save. But on the current turn, is that okay?
Yeah,
I just
I'll
want to
put
see
the
it.
right
you should
rack.
see the little sync. It worked.
Yay!
Yeah.
Score updated. Okay,
All right.
cool.
Man.
Easy. Barely a minute
Oh, I think I have
delay. All right, shall we?
barely a minute.
I'm teasing. Anybody that's still here, you get 100 Anderson Australs for staying through the technical delay. Thank you very much. I'm going to mute myself and you guys, and let's get back to it. Sorry.
Yes.
All
Thank
right.
you guys very much for staying with us during these technical difficulties. We appreciate all of you for staying and watching us, and our game will be resuming very shortly. All right, so
Um,
back on turn for Will Anderson, who looks to have a pretty straightforward option here of just John from the J, scores 42, takes out very easy hotspot, and his AVIL leave actually does pair fairly well with the floating ease. So I think this is a very standard choice.
yeah, looks good to me. Will's still up 80 points, so this is potentially his game. I don't want to. Oh man, why did I say that?
Well, Mac doesn't have a bingo here. The only 8 is inerrant, which does not fit through the I in juice. So it's going to be a really interesting turn for Mac. How do you think he's going to handle this? I guess maybe a play with Juicer seems pretty solid.
Yeah, this is an important moment, I think, for Mac. This is a really weird hidden spot, hooking one of his 2 Rs onto Juicer. Probably the best play is Aaron getting rid of. Okay, well, I don't know why I said this was difficult because Mac's already spotted it.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, Aaron looks really solid. It also takes out the X hotspot that exists in between misfeed and username. And so I think this is Yeah, once you see this play of Aaron, I think you can feel fairly sure that it is the right call as long as you can convince yourself you're not missing a bingo, which I don't think Mac will have trouble convincing himself of.
Yeah. Aaron coming down, you could score a little bit more, but play like nature through the U of Juicer just way too dangerous. Breaks up your rack way too much. And yeah, we like this play from Mac. And Will to respond. He's drawn a blank, and he's going to be able to bingo. Pretty obvious one that was already mentioned. Travails through the R of fiery. That would triple the V and double the entire word. And with the extra 50 points, that's 86 total points for Will on offer here in this position. And there's nothing that comes even close to scoring 86 here. So I think we're going to see that at some point in the very near
Yeah,
future.
but we're gonna see another bingo back from Mac. This is a very famous rack donator. This the ER, no sevens, but that I in Juicer is going to give him options such as okay, not it's going to give him one option of D ration.
Yeah,
And
I was like, what else is? I'm like looking through
right,
these
no,
tiles.
there's
Like that eye is the only thing that looks good to me. The eye of Juicer.
yeah,
Speaking of juicers, any chess fans in chat? Any Hikaru Nakamura fans? Or am I just, is it just crickets? Is my stand-up routine not funny at all? Probably. But yeah, a mention of Demijohn could be a thing in the future. There is one M left, and a few I's, a few E's, and a few D's left.
yeah.
But yeah, Will to play somewhat soon, hopefully. He's taken around 2 minutes on this rack. He has a blank. That's the racks he needs to take the most time on. And because Max can respond pretty quickly
Yeah.
with D-Ration, I think.
Yeah, I think this
Yeah.
is just a matter of Will's just doing what he can to try and make sure that of the options that are available, he's not missing any. You want to look in all of the lines that you have, especially on a board that is as open as this one. And I think once his clock gets to around 8 minutes, he'll at least can commit to something, I would say.
Yeah, so we just have to wait and see. There is still a blank out. Ooh,
Varietal is the
okay.
play. There's
A very
certainly a
rare
world,
miss.
yeah. There is definitely some benefit here because this play does close a lot of space again, like towards the top left, but I think you're leaving too many points on the table here.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a benefit, but yeah, it's 8 points different.
Yeah.
It's a very surprising miss, actually. But
hmm
Will's still going to be ahead after D-Ration for 74, bringing back to 208. And there's still a lot of game to be played here. We're hoping
Yeah.
for a decent draw for Will if we want this series to continue. But ADEEKGO is his draw.
This is
And
fairly balanced.
yeah, I guess first thing that comes to mind is grade through the R and Reeve. Looks pretty good.
Yeah. I was just looking there for options that with the K in first position, but I presume there's not one of those. So yeah, grade looks pretty solid in order to just score a bunch of points. You retain the K, which is not like a premier scoring tile, but it will allow you to score very well next turn. There's definitely room, and that draw for Mac, not
It's gonna
great.
be fine. He's gonna be able to play Quag, and this play of Gleek is
Oh
definitely
right.
is the top play recommended by the static engine.
All right.
40 points, keeping ADO is pretty strong. I think grade was probably slightly better. Gleek is going to work out, I think, in Will's favor because Mac's not going to be able to deal with that triple that Will's just opened.
Right. I think another perk of grade is that it keeps an E when Will had two of the last three E's.
Oh, wow.
So the E's are going very fast, but we'll see how that affects things later on.
Yeah. How suddenly this draw is a really bad draw of OUTI And
Yeah.
Will's potentially best play is playing audio and KA at the bottom of the board. Once he turns it over, you'll be able to see that a little bit better. But
You can't feel
luckily for
good about
him,
that.
can't feel good about that play. Luckily for him, Max draw not
Yeah.
so good either.
No, this
So
is
some awkward stuff happening here.
Yeah, no, this is one of those racks where if you don't have a open C to bingo through, this rack is about 60 points worse than it would be otherwise. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I think audio does look fairly straightforward. There's not really a reason to want to play shorter. I guess you could potentially consider something like auto to not set up the big hot spot of the 14 row. You'll be putting the O under that triple letter score, and there's a lot of high pointers that can go there at this point in the game, but I don't think that it's worth it to sacrifice the points to avoid that. There's still some scoring spots elsewhere on the board. I think Will is right to have audio set up, and I think that he will eventually conclude that this is simply just the play that needs to be made here.
Yeah, and if we look at the unseen tiles, 9 vowels and 22 consonants from Will's perspective. From Mac's perspective, after this play, it's going to be somewhat similar with just far fewer consonants. So he's in
Yeah.
a situation, Mac, where he might not even want to play through this rack. He might want to exchange and try to hit that blank, but after audio, he's going to be staring at that giant scoring spot above the O. But auto, a little bit safer, like you mentioned, and leaning on the fact that there are so few vowels left, keeping two vowels and a consonant is pretty strong here, rather than just the one vowel after audio.
Yeah, I hadn't properly taken a look at the unseen tile pool before discussing, an option like auto that is a bit shorter. But yeah, keeping OI, those vowels have a lot of value on this board, considering there just are so few left. So I think that there's definitely a hidden benefit to playing less tiles and saving some of those valuable vowels. So. Mac has
Yeah,
set up a word on his rack that he has been a little bit known to miss, at least closer when the newest NWL update dropped. So he has found Pwn. I think that might just be the call. There's not really anything great with his X that I see in this position. Is that the case?
I think, yeah, well, there's nothing great here. I think Max considering sacrificing the 2 points and playing with NU on top of the U of username, and the reason for that is that he wants this part of the board to stay open, given his deficit. And if he plays pawn up here, yes, he's blocking an XU spot, but he's also retaining the X for potential plays here. He's got spots for the X, and he's not dealing with the space on the board in a way that benefits Will rather than himself. So it's interesting to consider just Pwn. It's also interesting to consider whether this is even worth playing at the score line.
Yeah, I think just putting some points on the table is better than nothing here. Pwn would score 20 down low or 18 up top. That feels like a bit too much to exchange. There's also some plays like left through the first Ian misfeed, but that sort of closes space that you don't really want to do when you have a deficit, and that Ian Fiery could potentially be useful to play a six-letter X word down to the double and score about 40 there. So I think I like this choice of Pwn.
And apparently, this is a word that Mac has a hard time finding in all of his series on YouTube. I'll take this moment to shout out his channel. If you guys aren't subscribed to Mack Meller on YouTube, you probably don't like Scrabble enough, or you just haven't familiarized yourself with one of the top content creators for our game. But he did find this word, so we're happy to see that. And back to Will now, who has 4 vowels, which is a really nice amount of vowels in this unseen pool. But it's starting to get a little bit more balanced, and there's a little bit more of a worry that one of those S's. That last E, that blank, are on Mack's rack. So Will's going to want to keep the scoring pressure on here. Maybe try to block a few things. I think he might be thinking of Zoa on the top of Pwn, which really blocks one of the most prime lanes. Go ahead, Evan.
Oh, no, I was just about to say exactly that. This scores 37, I believe, and it blocks one of the higher scoring spots for bingos. And the top of the board could potentially be difficult to deal with in the future, considering there are not many vowels unseen. So taking out that line while you can and leaving the bottom of the board for later, I think is the right approach.
Yeah, over to Mack now, whose door is getting shut somewhat quickly on this board. So if something's going to happen, it's going to happen soon. I think maybe the standard play here would be to play Fox on top of the E and the K of Gleek, keeping LIST. Unfortunately, in this circumstance, you kind of want to keep both of your vowels. I just don't really see a great way of doing that in this situation. If he wants the score, you can play extols, EXTOLS, for 42 right here, down from the E of fiery, and maybe go for that blank, but that really blocks the space on the board. So I don't think we're going to see that.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to get a bingo down after X stalls, but little does Mac know that X stalls is really the one play that would save his game, considering Will has just pulled into distant. Obviously, Mac can't know this, and I think he is going to opt for Fox because it does leave that space open, and Will might have to make a large sacrifice in order to either block or exhaust the space in the bottom of the board. But in this case, Will has a bingo, and if it stays open, it will be coming down, and it probably will be enough to ice the game here.
Yeah, it's an interesting suggestion in chat of playing Fizz and setting up Ox. That's pretty cool. Over 2 turns, that'll score 81 points. Mac is currently down 84. So the problem, I guess, would be where are you getting your extra points to win this game after that? But nice idea as well. Maybe Mac is going to try something a little bit more crazy, like locks on the top, LOX. Sorry, let's draw that here.
No, but yeah, I see what that play does. It sets up your F very nicely for a strong play there. I think the issue might be that it gets hit too hard with plays overlapping the X to the middle triple, but that also might serve as a distraction from the bingos down at the bottom that Mac might want to make. You know, you're potentially giving back a huge score to Will, but if you get the bingo down, the game gets a lot more competitive.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, there's the B's for blah, the C for claw. But what Mac kind of needs here is to hope Will doesn't have that many vowels. But with the play of Zoa, it sort of feels like Will's holding on to another vowel. But I think you play Fox, and another benefit is you might be able to play something like Taw next turn to set up your S. And reset up the line on the top that Will has blocked. So Fox coming down, little does Mac know. I think distant is going to end the game pretty much on the spot for Will Anderson here. There's going to be 4 tiles in the bag after this bingo. And that should be it for this game.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to imagine Mac being able to get a bingo down. Maybe there's a 9 or some insane bingo with overlaps above D-Ration and Zoa, but yeah, I think this game is probably over, and it means
why did Will sacrifice 9 points here? I guess it doesn't matter too much, but he could have just
right.
played
I
this
guess
with
this
misfeeds. Yeah, kind of confusing, but maybe he had a reasoning for it. I think both plays pretty much get the job done, but a little bit surprised by that.
We see Mac just go for the opening the triple. I think that's about what he needs to do.
Oh, isn't chemergy a word or something like that?
Is that a word? I wouldn't know.
I mean, it wouldn't fit, but yeah, this blank luckily, Will drew this blank because there was still a little bit of a chance of Matt coming back after the play of Tiz.
Yeah.
Now with a 100-point lead, I guess Will needs to make sure that Mac doesn't have a potential triple. He has 4 minutes to think about this. Isolated diastole sodalite, stobbled. Just want to make sure there's no triple. If there's a triple available, you block that T somehow. Maybe like a 2-tile play or a 1-tile play even from that Eye of Tiz, or you just play Myth for 48.
Oh, right. Yeah, he has Myth down in the bottom corner, which probably outruns anything that's not a triple from that T. But if there is anything from the T, there's definitely plays through the eye that'll work. You could also consider burning the blank, even play something like Cheer through the E and the R and D ration. You're gonna win regardless. You don't need to maximize the value of the blank in this position if you're Will. You just need to block the triple if it exists, and you will be totally okay in this game.
Yeah. So Will has the C, the M, and the Y on his rack because he wants to play MYC. This does the trick as well. Just blocking that way. I guess it would be a boss move if he just doesn't block the triple. I still don't see anything that fits there.
I don't know if anything's
There
gonna
is
fit,
nothing.
but Mac has tabloids on his rack, so he's gonna get like 90 if
that
Will leaves
stays
that
open.
open. Yeah.
So I guess the way for Will to lose is to play like 2 tiles, think there's 3 in the bag, and then Mac plays tabloids.
Yeah, but Will, unlike the first 4 games of this series, he does not have any time troubles right now. He's got 2 minutes left to figure this out. He should be more than able to recognize that if there's no triples, then he doesn't need to block, or he can do anything but empty the bag and score nothing and not block.
And not block, yeah. So there's a lot of things that Mac needs here. Obviously, the game isn't over until Will makes a play here. So yeah, you can definitely play Hope Scrabble when it's not your turn. But yeah, Mike coming down. I think that's a mic drop moment for Will Anderson. He's finally going to take a game off of this dude. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we're gonna get game number 6. And for the Will Anderson fans out there, this is finally that small victory that you were hoping for. It's still going to be a very uphill battle if Will were to go on to win the series, but we get more Scrabble. We might not get the 3-game burrito series, but that's okay. We can live with that.
Yeah. There's mentioned the worst threat in the position once you block the triple. I mean, there was no threat to the triple, but bobsled was mentioned as a possibility with misfeeds. That would have scored in the 90s, but it wouldn't have been good enough. Will's up 124. Would have given Mac. He would have won by around like 10 points easily after bobsled. But definitely important to do some diligence in that position. It's hard to leave that T open. That's for sure.
Fortunate that we didn't get any extensions. No demijohn, no 10-letter auto words either, like automobile, whereas in play.
So solid is the play for Mac. We're gonna get that board fixed for y'all between the next round, this round and the next, so you guys get to see the entirety of it. But yeah, Will's gonna take this game. He's got the option to score 36 points with Beth. He finds that very quickly, totally expected. And Mac's gonna go out on the top left with Ab for 22. Yeah. He goes in the other spot for 22. Oops, I'm a bad commentator. Will's like, I did it. Mac's like, you did it.
Yep, they are celebrating Will's win. He's not gonna get swept today. The dignity is still there. He's not taking the steps of his favorite football team and losing the first five. It's good for Will.
Will's Mac mentions misfeeds and distant. Will's like, oh, oops.
Yeah. He was just excited to get the bingo down that was likely to clinch up the game and didn't think too hard about the placement.
Wow. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. All right. Hopefully the guys come over here, get to talk a little bit about the game. Yeah, was there anything that Mac did that was particularly wrong?
I think I would have played V over Reeve, but that's kind of it.
Hey.
We got our mics and we got the boys.
All right.
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Good
I
game,
did it,
you guys.
I won a game.
You did it. You're not the Jets.
Do the analysis, right?
Yeah, we can do the analysis, but first, sorry about the board.
Oh, there we go. Gotta get the star.
Yes, and a star. I get a star. My first star.
Yeah.
Will gets the golden
Cha-ching.
star.
Oh, yeah.
Yay.
I got a star. And why did the... Hold on. Let me look at this. Yeah, I guess the camera...
because I played upside down on my last play because I had 2 seconds.
No, it's not that. It's just
Okay.
that the camera moved slightly. Sorry about that.
Gotcha.
Okay, so now we're good. So you can go to analysis
Okay.
here. Yeah. I got too excited with distant.
Yeah.
I just was like, oh my god, I'm gonna win.
I don't really think there's a... I
Yeah.
don't think you're losing any winning percentage there.
Yeah, it's alright.
because you are blocking the much easier bingo line.
Yes, but I will be honest and say that I was just so excited. I was like, I'm playing this. I don't even need to think. Thank God he didn't block that area. So, yeah, not strategic.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, what
anything
to
of note
say?
here?
I think
This was an interesting turn here for Mac. Go ahead, Evan.
Yeah, I think in this position I would have just opted for VEE underneath Whoopi here. It just gives back so little. And
thought
I
about
definitely
it.
understand wanting to play some of the extra vowels, but I think this just does a lot of nice things for the board in
Feels
terms of
grim
just
if I
closing it down.
Yeah,
play through the E, though.
I'm actually looking at the other way because I mean, there's already an E open, so playing Reeve doesn't really give him something he doesn't already have. And exactly, I feel like if Will plays on the right, like there's a big threat there. I'd rather create a counter threat. And I also just in general my yeah, that'll definitely fly. Yeah, for sure. In general, my philosophy is just like if I'm keeping a mediocre to bad leave, I'd rather keep such a leave with fewer tiles, so that I have more chances to like draw something good to bail myself out. So I definitely saw V, but yeah, I actually, and I'm like not winning here, and I feel like given the board shape, I'm actually slightly in a worse position. So I actually favored giving back a little more here. I could be totally wrong, but I certainly saw V.
I'm sure it's close. There's really not a clear mistake you made this game, Mac. I think that it's just a few turns where things are close.
What did I have here?
Travails. 86.
Oh my god. Brutal miss. I didn't look hard enough through the R. I looked through the I. I really wanted the I of Juicer.
Viatical? That doesn't score anything. Right?
Oh, Viatical is available? Jesus. I thought that in my head, and then I was like, oh, it doesn't
the double letter,
fit.
so it's...
Yeah. I would play that, though. I would probably play that. All right.
Or not get back the hook, yeah.
I was saying, I was getting word from chat that a sim slightly preferred V over Reeve.
Really?
Slightly.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it? Gleek was fine. Auto? Is sim actually preferred audit? Oh.
Great. Yeah. Setting up like KO plays, perhaps? Or setting up like Koel or who knows what.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Another perk of Great is that there's only one more E unseen. So
that's so nice.
You have one of the very last few E's.
Yeah, so. I played that fast in part because I spent so long failing on varietal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so audit.
Yeah,
audit was
nice.
a sim winner.
That's nice.
Did you guys think about tens in this position?
I don't know if I generated that one either.
Auditorium?
Oh, I meant like from auto. Once that was on the board,
Oh,
you guys
auto.
consider
I was gonna
tens?
phony with autotoxins if I had it. I was pretty close to it.
Oh my god, that would be a brutal challenge.
That's
oh
not a
yeah,
word, right?
Demi-John. Did I ever
Yes.
have that? Probably not.
No one had Demi-John.
No. Yeah, I mean, should I exchange here? Like, what do I do?
I was
I think
thinking about
this-
it, Mac. I was thinking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just feel like
I
I'm too
think
far behind
it's
it.
so hopeless.
I saw I had Foe through the U of Juicer with an A draw. I have Fox with a no. I felt like I need to keep scoring here and stay within range. I did realize when I
Foe
played.
is great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I played Fox,
really
I had a
good.
cool opportunity I didn't see. I could have played Fizz to the Z, hoping to draw Foxtails from the F, and also setting
Oh.
up Ox, which I realized a little bit later in the game. Does that ever really stay open? Probably not that much, but I think Fox is pretty grim after Will plays on the bottom, although I do still have the misfeeds line, so I think Fizz might be a little better here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think Fox is probably fine, but Fizz was mentioned as an X setup and not as a Foxtail setup. That's pretty cool.
Nice.
I mean, the odds
That's
are
a really
very
nice
low.
line.
There's actually only 2 A's and 2 I's. It's not like a big mistake or anything, but it's a cool idea I didn't see on turn.
yeah, I guess it's also potentially worth considering X-Sols just to get as much.
I feel like
points
that
as you
just
can,
throws in the
but
towel. I mean,
Yeah.
I saw it. It just exhausts the
Yeah.
whole board. Like, it literally blocks
It
everything
does.
in that quadrant.
Yeah, no, you don't play it. I mean, realistically, it would have led to the best results because Will doesn't get his bingo down, but
Yeah,
you
it's
can't
totally.
obviously
Yeah,
you can't play
yeah,
like that.
Can't.
Can't
right.
play like
I think what makes Fox the best play is that you retain possibilities of maybe setting yourself up on the top.
I did think, yeah, like Law, or there's too many hooks to Law, but maybe Taw to set up Stars, or
Taw,
Lop,
yeah.
Top,
Hey,
something like that. Or Tiz even for later, yeah.
For what it's worth, Mac, autotoxins is a word.
Oh, it is a word. Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
that's a
so I
word.
did
Wow.
make it up.
So all the more reason I would
Yeah,
fear
okay.
challenging. Nice.
Maybe.
Well,
Do you ever like?
Yeah, but there's only one N, Evan. I mean, I don't.
Okay, right.
Yeah,
That's-
and it's also.
you don't fish for it.
I mean,
but-
autotoxins, what is it, like 80? 75.
Yeah.
Like, is that even enough? I mean, because after Flop and Will also, the other problem is, like, I feel like Will inadvertently blocks that while trying to block bingos a lot of the time.
yeah, that's true.
That is
Yeah.
a word. Wow, I was thinking
That is a word. Yeah.
Is autotoxic?
You might need to brush
good or
up on your
s-
nines.
Yeah, I don't know.
Crazy.
Autotoxic I like.
Okay, so they're both good. Huh.
Nice.
Well, no, that doesn't mean it's good.
All right. Travails. really cool.
so one
Grade
last
on
thing.
Gleek. Yeah.
Yeah,
Rats.
autotoxic's good.
Okay.
One last thing here. So, wait, hold on.
Cameroon.
I know. I was
Will-
thinking about that.
So I think in French,
Itchy.
it's good with 2 Y's. Kimmergy. But there was no triple triples here.
I know. I immediately was like, I don't think I have to block this, but just in case
There's
I'm
no
wrong.
reason to. I mean, yeah.
Why? But yeah, I mean, it might, if spread truly mattered, I would consider fishing for something. But what am I fishing for?
Yeah, but yeah, so it's just a stone cold move that you make when you're up like 3-0 to not block it rather than down 0-4.
Yeah, yeah, when you're scarred. So, yeah. All right, cool. I didn't get swept. It's been a huge success at this point. Let's continue. You guys ready?
Yeah. all right.
Okay. See how much more content we can wring out of this if I can
Yep.
keep myself alive. All right. Thanks,
All right, good luck,
guys.
both of you.
All
All right,
right.
guys.
All right, new game. Exciting,
Yeah.
Evan. We get to
It's-
stay here at least a bit longer.
Yeah, I'm excited. Look, the more Scrabble content, the better. I'm never gonna say no to watching 2 players at the top of the rankings duke it out. And I think this is this inaugural match play series that for Will Stream has been a pretty good success. I think that this type of content is something I'd love to see more of. And I think that something that hopefully we can expect to see more of. Again, I had mentioned this earlier, but if you want to support Will in these endeavors to bring this sort of content to you guys, he has a Patreon that would go a long way if you guys are able to support Will financially when it comes to producing this content.
Yeah, it's definitely helping him build the setup, use the setup, pay the people pay his friends and foes to come and play. Hopefully you, Evan, get to play in one of these series with Will. That'd be great.
Yeah, I would love that. I think that it would be, I already get to play Will at the local Scrabble club, so I get my game against him every week, and I'm always really excited for it because there's always a good learning opportunity whenever I get to play someone of his expertise. So yeah, I would love to get out there, do a match play series. I think it would be a lot of fun. Maybe the next one scheduled could be that. The old guard versus the
Maybe.
new.
So, Will going first here. Let's see the opening rack. Beittoz. So,
Yes.
no bingo here.
I think we'll see
But the
Zibet in
possibility of...
yep.
Yeah, you go ahead,
Zibet
Zibet.
in less than 20 seconds is exactly what you have to do in this position.
Oops. That's more than 20 seconds.
All right.
Darn.
Will needs to work on
Too
his time
slow.
management.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right, Evan.
Right, he has
Oh,
gone over
QX
and
for Mac.
oh,
Oh, this is a great draw, actually. Wow. Look at that. Just an easy niqab again for Mack
yeah.
Meller. Actually,
Looks
it's
like
interesting. You could, I guess, consider keeping the Q. Score a little bit more without it, but and I think you play niqab. It sets up the X really nicely too.
yeah, and look at that with Will's draw of the first blank as well as an S. So he's going to be able to have some pretty high scoring options hooking Zibet. He could either put his S there, or maybe he could consider making a play hooking the H with his blank, but a lot of close options there. The Cobb is going to also open up an I for double doubles. So we'll see
I
what
don't.
ends up happening.
Max saying, playing it again. I don't see immediately any double doubles for Will. He's gonna do some work here to make sure that he finds the highest scoring bingo here. But yeah, something with Zibet, something to the T or from the T of Zibet, probably to the T now, would be potentially the right call. You could also hook onto niqabs and go rightwards, and just try to maximize your score with something like Stupor in that spot. That is the highest score you could get, but the, I guess, defensive merit, maybe long term, of playing down to the T with something like Rudiest, um, and leaving the bottom of the board difficult to access might be worth considering too. What are you thinking here, Evan?
Yeah, so I don't necessarily know if playing down into the T has that defensive effect on the bottom of the board because it's very likely that at some point somebody is going to make a play down from the Z in Zibet. It's just a high scoring spot that is naturally going to get used. So I don't think you can properly wall off the bottom of the board at this point of the game. So I think I would just take the points here and play hooking niqabs with something like stupor or stucker, which is the other word that fits in that spot.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning how it's a 6-point sacrifice over playing Stupor or Stucker to play Rudiest. Rudiest would score 74. We have to listen closely to see what he's making this blank. I think he said K, but I have to ask. I have to ask what the blank is.
Yeah, I didn't catch that.
Hopefully they're not worried about there being a problem.
Mm-hmm.
No, Will's
Okay, it's a K.
great. Awesome. We got it. We got there. Yeah. Kind of not great to like ask that question because it makes them sort of aware that there's a two more than one possibility. It's
Yeah,
sort of, but what can you do? Yeah. Yeah, Sticker. I should have just trusted that it was a K.
yeah.
In
Oh well.
hindsight. All right, over to Mac now, who's kept that X and he can utilize the spot he just created. But now there's another big spot on the board in the form of this triple that he might want to use to play something like AXED, retaining some open space on the right side and leaving that eye of Nikob's open with his pretty large deficit at the moment. Are you liking just X keeping AEDNS, or are you liking something covering the triple here, Evan?
It's very close, but I think I'm leaning a little bit towards X. There's just so much open realty on the right side of the board, and keeping such a strong bingo lead, it's gonna materialize fairly often. Even if Will makes a play to the triple, which takes out the Stupers line as well as the floating E and R, he's still going to be giving you something to work with in terms of floaters. And worst case scenario, you always have the Z to fall back on to score well with your one pointers. So I think I would go with EX, but I see the argument for both, and it is certainly not a gimme of a decision.
Yeah, and worth mentioning, the highest score is to play annexed through the N of Nikob's, but that just blows your rack up. You have such good tiles, sacrificing 5 to even 10 points to keep better tiles together would be worth it here. So something like X or something like Dex next to the NI is on offer for Mac and Axe for 42. It looks sort of like the sort of play you want to make. You want to block that scoring spot when you're behind. But it turns out that a simulation prefers just going full aggro. Like you said, just play X, leave everything open. Don't worry too much about the open triple. But it's interesting because after X, Will might respond a lot more defensively than he might normally. So there might be something to be said about making this play.
Yeah, no, I think that, Sim might prefer X because the Sim also might lean towards making a more open play. I think a lot of equity plays also might play from the Z, which is not going to obstruct any of the space. So I think that I definitely see the merit of a play like Axed.
Yeah, and in this particular spot, this really messed Will up. He was going to play probably de-ice in that same spot for over 30, but now he's got only 26 for that word on top of the A and the X. He's also got the opportunity to just full overlap with CEDE, keeping AEI, which I kind of like here. It's definitely vowel heavy, but it's nice to block a lot of stuff with such a big lead. But he's
Yeah, I
going
think
with
I would.
DIs.
Yeah, I think I would opt for seed as well. If you end up with a pretty Val heavy rack, you can still always get bailed out from the Z. And just that Z in space, again, could it get used for sure. But if it stays open and you still have an unbalanced draw with too many vowels, you always have that as an option uh, to work, score well. And de-ice does make it so that potentially that D might be a bit of a liability to block in the future if Will is able to maintain this lead.
Yeah, and crucially here, Mac's going to be able to bingo from that E and Axe. I think after Seed, he was bingo-less. I don't think there
Yeah.
was anything through the K of Stuker or the S of Stuker. So Max found his only bingo here of enemies, and that's going to bring him right back in the thick of things. And Will, in terms of responses to that, is going to want to play through the S that's going to be floating on the bottom right of the board, but he's not going to have a great option to do that. So this is going to put Will in a little bit of a pickle here.
Yeah, it's not gonna be an easy play for Will on this turn. He does have the option of playing Posey, but that leaves AAEI, which you can't really feel good about leaving in this sort of position where the game is going to be even now. Your average next turn is going to be very poor, most likely, but Posey scores so much better than anything else, I believe. Is there anything else you see that you would consider in this position, Josh?
Yeah, Posey's 36. You could play an extra vowel with Poesy for 33. You could leave your Y to score with later with something like Paisa, Paisa. But none of those plays feel particularly good in this situation. I think the average score on this board is something like 40, 45 points. There's a lot of lanes open. Mack could have anything, and Will's leaves are not very good. So he's going with Posey relatively quickly. Again, you mentioning that Z and Zibet still open might help him deal with a bunch of his vowel issues. But this is a quick play, and I wonder if Will didn't see Posey or decided that it was worth taking the 3 extra points. It's a
Yeah.
good play, but definitely worth a thought, I think.
I thought he was going to spend a little bit of extra time on that turn, but looks like he's just going for the points. And the Z is going to stay open for him, considering Mack's very clunky, consonant-heavy draw. His only vowel is a U. He's got the W to go with it, as well as the CG combination. So I think I like breaking that all up with something like rung through one of the two ends, either an enamines or pot or niqab. I think that that seems like a decent option off the bat. What do you think of that, Josh?
Yeah, those plays make sense. It's just that Mac has spotted a beautiful option here, a disconnected play through the 2 vowels on the board. I always tell my students to, when you have consonants, look for vowels. When you have vowels, look for consonants. Mac has identified a spot on the board where you can play through 2 vowels, and he's looking at cure right here.
Yeah.
Which is a really nice option. He could also score the same amount and keep his lone vowel in the U with right, but the U, not a good letter.
Yeah.
So I think you're right is better here. The WNG combination seems a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, I would agree with that. There's not been a U that has hit the board yet. All of 3 others are still left to draw. And so I think I definitely agree with this play of Curate. It's a very nice find through the disconnected tiles. It's the board vision that we've come to expect from Mack Meller. He's so good at finding these plays. And yeah, on to Will, who's got another 5 vowel rack. He's drawing the P to help him at least get a decent score. But again, I think that Z is gonna go unused. Unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, nothing. Is this making you question how important you thought it was?
Yeah, a little bit,
Potentially.
but
It
again, it's
happens a
not like
lot. I mean, Scrabble is a game of odds, right? And like it could be that 80% of the time something happens, but there's a pretty big chance that that thing isn't going to happen. So
yeah.
yeah, often you'll see triples stay open forever, and you're just like, well, I should block that. I should block that. It's a big spot. It's a big spot. It just depends what your opponent has. So here, Will has 5 vowels, 2 duplicates. I don't like anything here. Patina, if he wants to get rid of all of his vowels at once to play through that N, keep a lone I. That's 20 points. He could play peace through the C and keep 2 A's. Oh no, he doesn't. He doesn't have 2 E's, so that
Yeah,
doesn't work.
you could play Pika through the C, keep AEIT, which is balanced, but maybe that's not the best leave to be keeping on this sort of board where there's not a lot of bingo potential. There's a few like N's in marginal spots, but and there's also the D in taxed that is probably your best shot at bingoing. So if you're gonna play Pika, I mean, I don't know, it doesn't feel the greatest, but the pool is leaning a little bit consonant heavy at this point, so AEIT might not be that bad.
Yeah, you could play the P and the I and the A in a number of spots here. So I wonder if he's going to go that direction, or given that the blank is out, maybe he wants to play 6 tiles here, keep the I for the balance, given that there aren't that many vowels left and not that many I's. Normally, it's not recommended to keep a lone I, but in this particular instance, the likelihood of duplication isn't very high. Problem with Patini is that it does open another triple for Mac to use, and his play signals that he's got a lot of consonants. So putting an E out in space for a triple, I'm thinking of Patini through this N of Niqab, just opens him up for just easy dumps for Mac for a second turn in a row. So it's a tough position.
Yeah, no, this is a very difficult choice. He's got Tappa lined up on his rack, I assume to play next to Enamines, and looks like this is a decent scoring option. Maybe the duplicate eyes are a little bit less likely than average to become triplicated due to only 3 being unseen, but this isn't a turn where you're gonna make any play and not feel some sort of pause about it.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I didn't consider it, but it's the best score Will can get. And on this board, the scoring spots are pretty limited, so keeping bad tiles isn't as bad as it normally would be. And he's got options. Maybe if he draws an R, he gets Icier through the C. He's just drawn that R. He might draw stuff like Ionize through the Z of Zabet. And like we said, keeping eyes isn't as bad as usual. Is he going to triplicate them? No. So, okay. Definitely a decent draw for Will. Over to
Yeah,
Mac.
for sure. Who's got Zowie set up as a play down from the Z. It looks to be pretty good from my perspective. I don't know where else he's scoring in the mid 30s on this board, so this might just be as straightforward as that option looks, but he's going to consider some other options for sure.
Yeah, so wage here is what Mac's looking at, which scores 32 is the only other way to score decently and leave decently. And with the dearth of vowels, I think this might be a reasonable option as well, but I still like Zowie. I think extra points is nice. The A and G combination might be good. You might be able to play something with the I and G later, and you might just be able to overlap similarly in this position. So
Yeah.
probably slightly better to play Zowie, but we know how much Mac hates the G. We know how much I hate the G. So what is going on? Why am I recommending keeping a G?
Yeah, I don't know what's gotten into you, especially because there's still two other Gs unseen. But I guess another perk of ENO is that there's still four Rs and two Ds unseen. It's very likely that you'll redraw a play from the Z. So if Will doesn't have anything good from the Z, which he might still not have, just based on what I see, I think that Wage maybe leads to more 30-point play back-to-back combos than playing Zowie. There's also some factors like the unseen J that would be getting set up with a play of Zowie. So I see the arguments for both plays. I think it's close.
Yeah, so Mac chooses wage in terms of, I guess, in terms of loss of equity we were talking about earlier, in terms of a mistake. This might be one of the bigger ones he's made according to the engine, but I don't really see
Oh,
it. I think this is a pretty strong play in its own right.
yeah.
But yeah, over to Will here. He's got a 7-point lead. He's got the tempo advantage, but he's also got some problems. He's got two I's, two R's. He's going to want to play one of those, one of each of those. So I guess the first thing that comes to mind is you could play Rex and Riff and block that D. That D is such a difficult tile to block in a lot of situations, and given that Will's ahead, he's got a decent opportunity to do it here, but there might be some way to score better.
Yeah. It's not the most inspiring play on the scoreboard to just play Riff. I'm trying to look for much better scoring options, and I'm not really generating anything though. I mean,
Yeah, there's a crazy play available. I guess not too crazy of Filet, which the engine is preferring here, which scores 28 points but keeps duplicate Rs. But the
yeah,
10 points seemingly potentially worth it here. I guess the biggest issue with this play of Filet is it sets up an S hook that Will doesn't have. But the 2 Rs is probably not that big of a deal.
yeah. So we can see he has the REFL set up. He had that set up on his rack. That would make Reflex into the X, which is the highest scoring play that Will could have made. But the IIR leave is just asking for disaster next turn. So I think that Riff is a solid move. Take out the most threatening bingo line that would be very hard to deal with. Otherwise, maybe you could want Fillet instead, but this is a very fine move.
Yes,
What
indeed.
do you
And this
think?
game is getting a little bit. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just say I would think we're going to see Zloty pretty fast from Mac.
Yeah,
She's
nice
already set
find
up.
by you. But there's another really cool play available that's even crazier. We were talking about the H hook on this. It seems to have disappeared, but actually, Max H goes here for Dooley,
Wow.
Thooly, which probably not the best play given it puts the Y right here. And there's a B left and an M left for Will to hammer that triple. So I think Zloty's still the best play, but pretty cool option
Yeah.
available. I thought I'd mention.
No, Dooley would have been a really cool play to see come down, but I do think Zloty is better. Again, the Z is just such an easy way to score with low pointers. Like we see Will has a lot of one pointers, not really anywhere to go now that Zaire was taken out of play. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Will navigates this turn. The T is not in the right spot for arrow late, so I don't believe he has a bingo with these low pointers.
Yeah, this is a really, really weird spot for Will. His highest scoring option, according to the engine, be playing all but one of his L's with Realia, which looks completely insane. I don't think anyone in their right mind would make that play. So he's left with just wanting to get rid of an A and an L and then just sort of shave off a couple of options like do you play AL, do you play AIL, ALL? Sort of the way to find moves here would be to just say, okay, this is what I want to play, but I can also play a couple more tiles. So he's going to go with Liar. This is a good way to just um, keep things chill. He could have played Real on the right side though for a couple of more points. Wonder if he just
Yeah.
overlooked that.
So I think that this might, yeah, Liar doesn't really do too much as far as giving anything back in terms of scoring spots. I guess maybe if Mac had the J, then he now has a good spot making J for just a staircase down into the bottom of the board. Maybe Will is in a spot where he would be fine with that sort of staircase, just based on the tiles that he has not really meshing well. So, if Mac overlaps Liar, he's going to get a good scoring spot to work with. But yeah, I think maybe taking the points might be a little bit better here.
Yeah, Will almost certainly overlooked the superior, I guess, 2 point superior play. But again, it's just the time here. You want to spot a good option and you want to play it without thinking too much more about other options. There's a lot of the game left to be played. Max now under 4 minutes, Will's under 5 minutes. If you know that the options are going to be close, just like in the situation Will was in, I think you just go
Yeah.
for something. But yeah, it's definitely I think a little bit of a miss on his part. Over to Mac now with Begdnoh. He's going to go with Gaunch for 26, playing 4 tiles, keeping the BED combination, which isn't too bad. There are a
Yeah.
number of options he could have played here.
Yeah, a lot of close options as far as equity is concerned. I think that Gaunt makes sense over bench, so the E is superior to the O, and the B and G are pretty even when it comes to whether or not you play them for the 2 extra points of the B. So I think this is the right call if you're going to play there, and this mostly prevents any bingo from coming down unless you're hooking liars. But we're going to see a weak play from Will in this position. This seems very strong. Very straightforward
Uh,
equity move.
but it takes a T.
Oh,
He should
right.
have played WEEK here. The leave is actually very similar in value. Now Max got to think, oh my God, does he have? Actually, doesn't have to think about anything. Wow, webisode coming down immediately for Mack
Oh,
Meller,
man.
so it doesn't even have to think about whether this is a setup or not. So this is a huge swing in. Oh
Oh, the
wow,
V's.
EVU for Will Anderson. This is
Oh,
not looking good with the blank out and a 50-point deficit out of nowhere. And you
and
see Will's expression. He is not happy with this situation. It's going to be
yeah, and
very hard to come back from this.
he can't capitalize on any of the scoring spots above webisode without retaining both V's and the U. I only see Mile up there as far as ways to score in those new spots, and you really can't afford to be keeping VVU here. So, yeah, this is all of a sudden become a really rough position for Will.
Oh, and Max drawn into stunner. This is over. Oh my
Oh,
God,
yeah,
natural
that's
stunner. Guys, I'm so sorry. We're not going to get a 9-game series, I don't think. This is, wow, brutal. Extremely brutal here. So I think Will's best play is probably Mule on the top, where you're thinking of Mile just
right.
making the 4 overlaps. and then just hoping for a good draw. But after stunner and liars, where is Will gonna go? There's just nothing
Yeah.
left. The only thing he could do here is somehow make maybe you could draw a 9 through the IT and bingo out with that. Actually, it wouldn't even be a bingo out. There would still be 2
Yeah.
tiles unseen. So this is just horrendous.
You're gonna
Maybe
play
he's
Vive?
playing
Fair enough.
Vive. Wow, just completely stone cold. He knows how bad of a position he's in.
Yeah.
Hoping that Mac just has terrible stuff. This actually gives him much better chances in this particular instance. The Mac's going to probably have to play his bingo here. Do
Yeah,
you
I don't
see him turning down the bingo and playing tuner? That's super interesting.
That actually is really interesting. I think it comes down to how much advantage does Mac feel like he has in this position? Because there still is a blank unseen. So while the liar's hook might be solely his as far as the fact that he has the case S, he does not have the blank. So I wonder how much pause that'll give him. There now is a second marginal bingo line through the first V in Vive. So there's not there's still chances that if stuff like JLUUGF is in the okay, Jugful is in the bag, uh there's still a decent chance that Will might be able to pull out a bingo in some of these marginal lanes. So it is definitely interesting. I think you've just got to take it here though. As far as the options on top are concerned, I mean there's still enough to where I think you can't take your foot off the gas. Oh man, this is hard.
I am actually loving not playing stunner here.
Yeah.
I think if you get hit with something like humored up top,
Oh,
you're going to be down by like 20. After tuner, the bingos on this board score almost nothing.
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but obviously in this particular instance, Will still has 2 U's, 2 L's, and really nothing to hope for. But wow,
Yeah.
yeah, what a
No,
stunner!
it's a very stunner of a game. Yeah. I think Will's probably gonna have to settle for Mule on this turn. Uh, Unfortunately, the V is just in the wrong spot to play Illuvium. That would be a wonderful award to get down, but it's not going to be the case here. I think we're going to see Mac take this series 5-1.
I think you actually. I'm trying to find. I think if you're Will, you have to play like Lilo, whatever
Oh,
that word. But I don't
oh
see what
man.
he's drawing into. Like,
Yeah,
is there anything mulligan? No. There's 3 tiles in the bag. I guess you could play. You could play 3 tiles and open a triple triple. I feel like that's the only way you can win here.
yeah. No, it's just
Wow.
so hard. He's got the I think he's considering creating a new volatile
No,
bingo line, but that's not going to get the job
no, he's
done.
not. He's not considering that. He's considering just on the bottom.
Oh,
Just I'm
okay.
just praying for something.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. But yeah, this is over. From our perspective, the blank is on max rack. Will has to hope for the blank and then some. He's got 40 seconds left. He's going with yeah, just brutal. Just a brutal
Yeah.
position. Ridiculous game. Wow.
Yeah. No, I mean, there are certainly diff plays that both players could have done differently this game. I think that as far as mistakes were concerned, we really didn't see too many in the first game, and this is a game where not that there were huge mistakes made, but marginal mistakes here and there, I think, from both players. But there's a lot of nuance to a lot of these positions, and in the end, Mac is going to come out on top.
Yeah, so it's really just cleanup time for Mack Meller. Unseen to him is Will's tiles plus an O. You can be pretty sure there's nothing going on there. Just take a 120-point lead and
Yeah.
be done with it.
Yeah, I think Will's probably going to play uh Juvie. It's nothing above webisode with the J. So he's probably just going to take juvie. Then Mac is going to go out with his H and blank.
Indeed, and Will has 4 seconds. Oh, he's
Oh,
going
come on.
overtime again, Evan. What
He
are you
went
going to
over
do to this man?
Maybe this is why he's been losing. Not correlated, but he's gone over time in all of his losses, and he didn't go over time in the game he won. Maybe
Well,
there's a lesson here.
That's the key to success. Don't go over time. You heard it here first, folks. Wow. Liturgism. Wow. Is a play he could have gone for. Okay. I
Wow.
wouldn't have won the game, but that's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Just do it, Will. Oh, he plays jive. All right.
To not
This
give the plays back on the triple.
It's a 14-point mistake because now Mac can just slow play him, I think. Yeah. Mac can just play Hod and Will can't go out.
Oh, man.
Ouch.
Brutal.
Ouchie, ouchie.
Yep. Mac pointing out the sequence to Will.
Saying, sorry, bro. You messed up even more. Oh my god. Poor guy. Jeez.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, Mack Meller completely decimating Will Anderson. Not completely, I guess. Someone mentioned a gentleman's sweep where you give your opponent 1 win. His gull comes down top right. Mac has a blank of all things to work with. He decides to play for 0. Oh
0
my gosh.
for the content.
Oh my goodness. What a way to end it.
What a way.
KA for 0. Harrison also mentioning this as a possibility. Nice job, Harrison. Oh my goodness.
Max discussing tuner right now.
Yeah, we have to talk about that position.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting positions to talk about when they get back. Oh, and Max pointing out Dooley there.
Wow. He just saw everything. Absolutely everything. Wow. What to say?
A lot of really tough moves in this game. Let's hear. Hello, hold on. Let's get you. How we doing, everybody? Let's turn on.
People were calling Mac a gentleman for letting you have 1 game, and then that final move. Was not very gentlemanly.
It's pretty funny.
It's funny.
Yeah, that was good. The 0-pointer to finish it off. I can give style points for that. So yeah,
there was a lot of interesting, nuanced decisions this game on both sides.
There really were.
All these games were chocked. There were so few easy ones. That's a good thing, I guess, for viewing. Yeah,
every game had, some level of closeness to it. Nobody was bagged at any point throughout the game. Throughout this series, I would say it was all even games that you were both in for the large portion of them. So that's exactly the type of games we want to see. So kudos to both of you for that.
Thank you. I guess.
Of course.
Yeah, no, super well played from both of you guys. Could have gone either way. Congrats to you, Mac. Well played.
Yeah.
That was ridiculously lucky to pull Stunner out of the bag, especially after Will gave me the W for the bingo. I mean, that pool was looking pretty bad, honestly. And then, of course, for him to have both V's and then to pull an S and an E and all those bingo tiles is pretty ridiculous. I gave, as you guys saw, I gave brief thought to tuner there just because there are some crazy 120-point bingos you could have on top, and the pool is pretty bad otherwise. But I still think it has to be correct to just bingo there.
It's close.
Yeah,
it's
actually. I don't think it's close.
Okay.
according
You were
to
saying
the simulation, but I liked it too. I wanted to.
Yeah. You were
I wanted
saying
to
you were
play
liking
Tuner up
Tuner,
there.
so don't refuse to back me up here when your instinct was.
I was just worried
to
he might
disagree
like
with
then
us.
set up another line, and it could be hard to, he's 5 in the bag. It gives him a little more flexibility. I mean, I was worried, but he might play like next to Liar, and there's a lot of bad stuff in that pool. If I just, I don't know. I felt like I could get into some hairy situations there. I just went for the more forcing liners. Like if he hits, hateful for 120, then so be it. But I mean, that's as long as he doesn't score a million up there on his next turn, I should be fine. And opening the scoring spot at the bottom is good because even if he does bingo, depending on what he draws, if he can't go out, if I have a good counterplay, I might still win some endgames. So it's interesting. Like I said, I absolutely thought about it, but I feel like just bingoing there is probably fine.
Yeah, I think so. So yeah, I think go back to Axed. I think is the first turn with some nuance to it.
Turn there for sure.
Yeah, I mean the sim preferred just playing EX next to Nick Hobbs and
just EX. Interesting. Yeah, I briefly thought about that. I don't know. I just liked leaving the I open, especially, and I felt like Will's often playing above the E and the R for a lot and taking out Stookers anyway. I kind of liked opening the right a little more proactively, but it's close. Yeah, I absolutely thought about X Dex and X even briefly, which I think can't be right. It blows up the right too much.
I think the issue with Axe is what could have happened on the next turn is just some overlap and not leaving much for you to work with.
Right.
Whereas
I
letting
then
him
at least
play
I still
there.
have the eye.
Yeah, then you have the eye. But what ended up, I think, just being the pivotal turn of events here, it was this play of de-ice, which I don't think it's wrong per se, but we were sort of liking seed.
I almost did seed. I almost did seed. I was close to doing that. I just thought
think would have left Mac bingo-less somehow.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't know that though. Like,
I just felt like keeping 3 vowels compared to 2, and keeping 2 vowels that work well with the open D could actually help me. So
it's still early.
I feel like I made a lot of wrong decisions like that in this series. So.
Yeah,
I don't know that it was wrong, Will. It was just hindsight is 2020. There's this position where maybe Poesy.
I almost did Poesy.
Isa.
I get a lot more points this way.
I don't really know.
It's 3 more.
Is it only 3?
Only 3, yeah.
I don't know why I thought it would be much more. Yeah, okay, probably Poesy.
Maybe.
Even Pisa and keep the.
I thought about playing Piso, Pisa, a couple other things. I mean, I feel like a lot of the moves that could have been a little better, I feel like almost every single time I was rushing to try to not use up too much clock.
I feel like the 15-minute clock definitely affected you a little bit more than it affected Mac.
Yeah, it's a struggle for me, which I knew would be the case. So.
Yeah, I guess the last moment where it might have made a significant difference to find this play of Filet.
I almost played Filet. I just don't.
Okay.
I almost played Filet.
It just looks bad. It sets up an S.
It sets up an S I don't have and keeps 2 R's.
I guess you're setting up the riff spot for.
You don't want to set up riff. That's not rife. That's not.
Yeah, fair enough.
The sim. I almost did this, but I was like, this is.
It's just
not...
points. It's that I guess you're falling behind here, and so the defense of riff might just bite you in the behind.
Yeah, could be.
Is Lottie actually better than Dooley, by the way? I saw Dooley after I hit my clock with Zebeth.
Yeah,
I think
it's a pretty cool option.
Yeah,
I think it's better.
With the B and the M.
Yeah, okay. I mean, the S hook on Zlotys could be annoying, but it's probably still better.
And there's also just taking out the Z inherently reduces Will's average,
right?
But just by he had a bunch of 1-pointers next turn that he wasn't able to score well with. He would have had Zaire had you not taken the Z.
Wage versus Zowie was definitely not automatic for me either.
No,
on the previous.
I think the Sim slightly preferred Zowie,
I
think Wage makes.
eye. Yeah.
Yeah, the open eye definitely helps. But there is a little bit of a drawback with J plays, for examples. And I think
Yep.
Wage potentially allows you to snowball a bit better with,
I liked
you
keeping
know.
the E for the D on the right too. That was a big factor. ONE hits the Z pretty good next turn if that stays open
Yeah,
as well as
yeah.
a backup. So yeah, it was again a lot of like close decisions.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, this is
No
a
way to
tough one,
score.
Will. I guess Real for 2 more, but like
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
doesn't change anything. Honestly.
Yeah, I'm just taking on water at that point. So
This I feel was a little weird. Instead of just playing weak, like not to set up a T that you don't have. I'm not sure, but it didn't matter.
So 1T. I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
that's fair.
It's really, I don't know what else there was to consider here. Like none of these other
No,
plays make
It's
sense.
interesting that it just likes it statically better too, which means it must really be better.
There's also 3s
And
left
if
in
you-
just 1A. But...
Yeah.
And if you like say, "Oh, I don't want to give him a W to work with," well, then he gets bodies. It's like it's so
Yeah.
ridiculous.
I have
Yeah,
bodies. Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, I guess I'm getting hit anyway. Huh?
Oh,
Here
gosh.
it's just
Yeah, I
like,
drew
here it's just
VVUI.
over.
Love E.
It's
No.
just over. Totally over here.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I definitely
right.
had some chances to improve, but I don't know. I can't be that upset. I'm not. I don't think I made a fool of myself despite the lopsided
all.
outcome. So I can live with
Not
that.
at all.
No.
Anybody who understands Scrabble understands that this could have happened. Either way, both of you played phenomenally well. It was such a fun time. So great to commentate.
I
You guys
enjoyed
are not
it.
going to
Yeah.
continue.
I'm really glad. I've been building towards being able to do something like this, and this won't be the last time. So hopefully, for those that enjoyed this, there's going to be more of these at some point. So it'll be a semi-regular thing. So thank you very much to everybody who watched and hung around through the tech issues. Hopefully, we will learn a lot from that, and it'll be better and better. And thank you so much to Josh and Evan for literally 5 hours of your time or more. Everybody give Josh and Evan some love for this. And maybe just a quick, also, I'm not sure if we've been surfacing enough that this event was possible because of our sponsors, which is really, really nice of our 2 sponsors. You see them on the main screen. It's going to cut the audio if I cut to the break screen here. Maybe I can quickly, how about this? I'm just going to take the audio, plop it here, so hopefully... So you can see Mac winning 5-1. Ouch, but nicely played by him, of course. But thank you to NASPA Games and also to Inglenook Lit. Mac, do we want to say any further words about those sponsors?
Yeah, no, I think like Will said, this event certainly would not have been possible without the very generous contributions of both of these organizations. NASPA, of course, I think is an organization that many of our viewers are familiar with. One of the premier organizations for running tournaments in North America. If you live in North America and you want to get into tournament Scrabble, then check out NASPA's website. It's a very simple website, scrabbleplayers.org. So like I said, they do an awesome job putting on tons of tournaments, including their flagship event, the SPC or Scrabble Players Championship every summer. So huge shout out and thank you to NASPA for their sponsorship, as well as Inglenook Lit. If any of you guys are writing short stories or memoirs or anything like that and need some help editing, Sasha is an award-winning editor, so definitely check out her website and send her an email at, I have the email up here, sasha@inglenooklit.com. So huge thank you to Inglenook Lit as well as NASPA for their generous sponsorship. Once again, this event would not have been possible without these sponsors, as well as, of course, Josh and Evan, as Will mentioned. Awesome job commentating. I really, really appreciate them taking their entire evening to commentate with us for everyone. So thank you guys so much. Thanks as well to Will, of course, for all of his work behind the scenes, getting this stream set up, and for hosting me here for these couple of days. It's been a ton of fun. And,
No breakfast for you tomorrow.
How much does Mac? What's the prize of this now? What's the
I think
earnings?
it's 500, 300 is what we.
Yeah, we split it. We split it pretty evenly. So yeah, and then also
That's
the
great.
two of you getting compensated for your hard work from our sponsors.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, hopefully setting a nice precedent for future iterations of this type of event. So, any other final thoughts to share from Josh and Evan? How about you, Josh, first?
Who's the next potential victim?
Originally, I had thought that Mr. Evan there, my club mate, would be a perfect candidate to pop aboard the stream. Evan winning Division 2 at the Nationals and is rapidly rising his way up the ranks. So how better to improve and continue to get used to streaming, which Evan did for the first time at the Lake George tournament this past weekend, than to come on over to my house and play some games. He's going to get comfortable with it in a hurry, and that might be fun for everybody to watch. Evan, what do you say to that?
I'm down. I am absolutely willing to. I would love that. I'm very fortunate for the opportunity to be able to commentate for you guys. It's very, very humbling to be in this position. I told you this before, Will, but your content is what got me into Scrabble in the first place.
Yeah.
So to be able to help you produce content of this caliber, it's very rewarding for me. It's a nice full circle moment, and I would absolutely love to take up the challenge of trying to defeat you in a best of 9 or however many games you play.
It's grueling. We're already
I could switch roles and be in the booth with Josh. That would be fun.
That would be fun. Yeah.
Cool. So
right,
yeah,
that sounds good to me.
Yeah,
Someone
Josh will probably.
Nigel?
You'll find your way out here sometime, Josh.
Sure. Yeah, definitely. How much? 1,000 Patreons to get Nigel out.
Which Nigel?
Fly Nigel out. Yeah, there's either Nigel would be great, but of course, the bearded beast in my house would be amazing. Maybe someday we can lure him out here. So, all right, that's it for us. Thanks everybody. Thanks to our sponsors again. Thanks to Mack and for putting on an amazing show, and to Josh and Evan. And that's gonna do it. Catch you later, everybody. It was a lot of fun. See you next time.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, stream is ended.
4,500
right.
views.
Hey.
Peak concurrence 451.